everybody.
Hello, 13 jurors. Hello. I am so excited. Y'all, I'm so exhausted. I've had 3 hours of sleep. I just came in from the beach. I've been streaming all day, but I immediately got my second wind and woke up because I know I'm skipping ahead and we're supposed to say our hellos and stuff, but I'm so excited. I'm so excited for our guests. So I've got my second wind. So y'all are going to have to just deal with me being a little bit obnoxious and like fangirling. So
if we're not laughing, we're crying. There's really no in between.
There's literally no in between. No. We will give, before we introduce our, as if she needs an introduction, before we bring our guest on, a couple of little 13 jurors things we want to say. We want to give out our imaginary furniture. So congratulations to Queen Olive, Ruth Ann. You were first in chat and you get an imaginary non-existent throne and crown. Congratulations to you. You can pick out what color you want. Second in chat was Jill C. Congratulations on arriving early for the tailgate party. You get a top hat and a 1975 bar stool. And last but not least, well, actually not last, third, Suzanne, you get your imaginary sun hat and beanbag. It doesn't actually exist, but they match and they're the same color as my shirt, so we can all be twinsies. So congratulations. Thanks for coming to the tailgate party early. We are excited that you're here, and we've been stalking you and reading what you've been saying. Not really.
Yes. What you said.
Maybe a little, but yes. Okay, so I know that y'all aren't here for us. You are here. I mean, you are, and we love you for it. But we want to go ahead and bring out, I'm so excited. We have, I know that you know her from Pretty Lies and Alibis. I retweet her stuff all the time. We've talked about her on the stream. We have Gigi here with us today. Hello, Gigi. Hello.
What's up, guys? Y'all are right up my alley with your humor. So I found my people.
Yes.
We'll take it.
All right.
Validation.
Yes. Somebody in one of the chats told me that I reminded her of you because I have like the Southern sass, and I was like, that's a compliment. I'll take it. I will take it.
Yes. I used to think that I wanted to be anything but Southern, but I've so embraced it as I've gotten older.
Yeah. It's a good thing. It's fun.
The more I hang out with Brandy, the more I end up sounding like an
Look,
imposter.
I had half the people in Boise saying y'all by the time this trial ended. So
he does too. I've got him saying it too.
Yep.
It's true. It's so true.
That's funny. Oh, there's Laura Ferris. Hi, Laura Ferris. Well, we always click on the same one at the same time.
We did it again. It's
big hello to everybody saying hi in chat too.
Yes, hello. Yeah, everybody's excited to see you. So we've got everybody. I don't have my old lady glasses on, so I can't see all the names, but they're there. And we have been letting everybody know, like, since we were able to get you on, that we were going to do like a little bit of a Q&A in a minute. So everybody start getting your questions ready. But before we start that, I want to know what do you like? What's your biggest thing that you want to just tell everybody, that anything that you witnessed, anything that was funny? I'm not going to break the news about John Thomas yet. We'll save that for in a minute. That he's not actually as terrible as we all thought he was. But what is it you would want everybody to know?
Oh,
Things
man, that's a loaded question. I did this years ago. So I sat in like Jody Arias, Colorado theater shooter, and it's always so surreal to actually get in that courtroom with people that you've covered, and then to know that you're in the room with somebody who's accused of doing such terrible things. It's always one of those moments. It will never get old. I will never walk in a courtroom with the defendant and be like, okay, yeah, this is like, whoa, there she is. Like, there's Lori.
Yeah.
It was, honestly, I'm just really surprised this trial went off without a hitch. I was waiting for some shoe to drop, some incompetency or something like that. But overall observations just really about Lori, her physical reactions to things were so inappropriate to the subject at hand. It really, they show bodies, pictures, or crime scene photos, and 30 seconds later, she's laughing with her attorneys. It's, you know, there was not really a lot of genuine emotion that I saw from her. Now, there were times, depending on where I was sitting, like the prosecution's monitor was totally covering her. And so I'm like doing this all day. But it
Yeah.
was just very, yeah, it was just weird. And she would look at the jury when they came in every day. What was interesting was when they came in for verdict, when they announced it, and it took a little while to get her in there. I don't know if maybe there was something going on with her. We did have that one time where she asked to not sit in, and that was the day we saw the autopsy pictures for JJ and Tylee, and the judge said no. So the most emotion I saw out of her actually was when we came back from lunch, and I turned to Laura Mathias from Hidden True Crime, and I said, she's legit crying. Like her nose is red, her face is red. She's wiping her eyes. Something's up. So they took her in the back. There's a door right behind the judge's chamber. I think my phone just dinged, so I need to turn that off. But I think they force medicated her because they do have an order to force medicate. And I think she flipped out. And so I don't know if she hadn't seen the photos and maybe over lunch they showed them to her to kind of get her ready and she flipped. I don't think it's more of she didn't want to see the kids' pictures. I think it's more of Kay and Larry Woodcock were in there. You got a room of 70 people staring at you, and then your kid's body's on the screen. I think it was more of a pride thing for her of not wanting to actually sit in there when it's being shown. But that was interesting. And then 30 minutes later, she fell asleep. So I think they medicated her on that. But it was an interesting experience overall every day, just, watching her. And she would look over and smile sometimes, and just very all over the map with her.
Yeah.
Emotionally.
Yeah. What do you think was her most surprising reaction that you saw? Like, as far as, I mean, I know you said like some of the inappropriate stuff. Like, what are there any other things that kind of stood out to you with things that like just pissed you off or surprised you?
For me, not personally, like just her reaction to or non-reaction to the body. She did look over one time at JJ on the defense monitor before she fell asleep. I don't think I saw her look at Tylee's remains. But the one thing that that thought just went that way, y'all. Not even gonna lie. What was I thinking about? I don't know. What made me mad was this vision in my head from Chad's preliminary of what we knew had happened to the bodies. We had a really good idea, but seeing those bodies, seeing the remains of Tylee and JJ and what they did to them, and Tammy Daybell as well, it had such a physical reaction to me, and that was something that I felt so much anger looking at those poor remains on the screen. And then she's writing in her notebook and she's kind of leaning back laughing. You know, you kind of want to like clear the threshold and get a couple of shots in before the bailiffs peel you off. You know, I think everybody was feeling that at that point. You know, there were tears being shed, just not by her. So that ticked me off. It's like, that's your babies. That's like your job as a mom is to protect your kids. And she didn't. And on top of that, no reaction to those photos at all. When Colby walked in, she said, "Oh, my baby." And it was very audible. I was sitting on her side, 2 rows back. So she was maybe 15 feet from me. So when she would turn and talk to John Thomas, I could hear her. But I'll tell you what, when Colby left that courtroom, he stared her down from the time he got off the stand till he went out the door. It was the same look he gave Chad at that first hearing in Rexburg when Lori got extradited back and Colby was there. And he just, I mean, if looks could kill, he gave his mom the same look. Didn't look at her once when he was testifying. That was interesting.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I cried like a baby during that call. That jailhouse call.
Yeah, it was tough. Summers was tough too.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
That one broke the entire stream.
Yeah.
I mean, all of us broke.
We all broke.
You know, I always felt bad because I don't like to bash family members, even if they're like the defendant's family. I would defend my family without knowing. You know, so I don't fault Summer for being naive that her sister, who would think that this would happen, but that call, like it was probably one of the most quiet moments in that courtroom when that call was being played, because it was such a mixture of emotions. It was rage, it was disbelief, it was anger. And on the stand, Summer's crying. I saw her outside of the courtroom. She was still crying. And then she stuck around a bit that day and left. But Lori was really trying to make a visual connection with Summer, and it just really wasn't happening.
Yeah.
Same with Colby. A lot of the witnesses, for Lori, the maddest I ever saw her was when Audrey was on the stand and said that she threatened to kill her. She turned to her attorney and said, "I did not." And like she sat up and leaned in. It was like a very aggressive stance. So she kind of just was leaning in. When Zulema came in, that was the one relationship I saw where maybe Lori has some feelings still for Zulema. Zulema was, she looked way different. Like she's got longer hair. It's kind of light now. I almost didn't recognize her, even though they called her in the courtroom. But that was the one person that I saw that she really, they did have a couple of eye contact moments, and it was just sort of weird. It was uncomfortable. It was like, here we are, almost like that look by Zulema. So that, but what made me mad, that seeing her reaction to the bodies, and then for her, I guess, when Audrey was on the stand, she didn't like Audrey. She gave her like that mean girl when she walked in, up and down look, up and down kind of. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow. What is your take on Zulema? I'm curious because, hearing those texts, I got pissed. I'm really frustrated with things with Zulema and with Melanie's, because I feel like with both of them, they're kind of getting off a lot easier than they should be able to, especially with Melanie with the, with the new indictment and everything. And it's a little bit frustrating to watch them just kind of skip on about their little lives and not have to answer for some of this stuff.
She's very Teflon. And I think part of that is because 90% of this case relied on digital evidence. And I think that Melanie's being a little bit younger and a little bit wiser as to, like, you can delete something, but it's not really deleted. I think maybe she was careful in what she put in text message. And I really do think if she's indicted, it's going to depend on what they found. But then you put the pieces together, like she knew the address that Brandon had been in for a week, and maybe 3 other friends. So who gave Alex the address? But that's still not necessarily a crime. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? They've got to have the text saying, okay, here's his address and this is what time he's bringing me my kid. You got to have something there that shows a conspiracy. Maybe they do. And maybe they're just waiting on the sentencing or whatever. They could drop new indictments at any time. Right. The biggest thing that I noticed in the inner circle is everybody minimized their beliefs of what they believed during this time and their role.
Yeah.
Everybody backtracked, and it was like, well, I wasn't sure what I believed. Yeah, you did, Melanie Gibb. We know you did.
Yes.
Don't lie. And then Audrey, after she testified, it came out that she was very actively inquiring about the status of Tammy Daybell and put that emoji in the text with like the X's, which is dead eyes. So it's like a dead person.
Yeah.
So she really minimized her participation, because after she was off the stand, some text came in. And I always thought it was interesting that Lori called Audrey the morning Charles was murdered, about 20 minutes later, when she's in that Walgreens looking for flip-flops. I said, there's something bigger with Audrey, although she's been a little bit more of a mystery to us because not much was released in those document dumps about her participation. Mm-hmm. So that was a big deal to me. Everybody kind of was shocked when we heard those text messages where she's like, what level is Tammy at, or whatever was said, and then the dead emoji. Just, so stuff like that ticked me off. It's like, own up to it. 3.5 years later, you're going to be embarrassed when you admit that you believe Chad when he said, you're married to Jesus. She was like, yeah, I believed it. And we're all like, really?
Yeah.
You really believe that? But yeah, so there, I mean, really, if somebody told me they you were married to Jesus in a past life, like I would drive them to the nearest mental facility.
Yeah.
And make them tuck and roll. I open the door, still tuck and roll, get out. Go on.
Or like,
Hit them automatic doors.
Yeah.
or like assume they ate mushrooms or something, you know?
Right,
Like,
yeah.
I like just sleep it off. You'll be fine in the morning.
That's the craziest thing is like, you know, you expect to hear, well, they were all under the influence of LSD. Nope.
Right.
They were clean. They
Yeah.
just believed it.
Yeah. The Satan taco was one of my
Dude, I did a little demonstration because this was so appropriate. So I come down for lunch and my camera guy, Will, who is a local to Boise, was amazing. So I put a little video out and I came down. He had tacos for lunch for us. He had no clue what was testified to. So I did a little video where I said, this is what she did to Satan before she shipped him to Antarctica. So I rolled the taco up. I said, she rolled him up like a taco.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Oh.
We definitely had a moment where we had to stop everything.
Oh my gosh.
So we had to stop all the audio.
Oh,
There
yeah.
was just no coming back.
Y'all, I had to bite my lip like 3 or 4 times. A couple of times drew blood to not laugh out loud at some of this stuff. You know, you got to find humor in the darkness. And if it could be at the expense of Chad or Lori or one of these wackadoodles that followed them around, then I'm all for it.
Yeah. Oh, the
100%.
storm thing. When we heard the storm, we were like, wait, what? Rewind that. Like we had to rewind it and listen again because we were like, there's no way that this was actually just read out loud in court that was, and it was so uncomfortable. You could tell for him, you know, testifying. He's like, it was the name for, it was hilarious.
You know, it's funny. A huge storm rolled into Boise right after court that day. I'm not even kidding. I did a YouTube on it. I did a little YouTube short. And I'm like, man, there's a storm of brewing in Boise in more ways than one. Could have gone my whole life without knowing that because I live in the South. So it's spring. And so my grandma's 88. She's always with me. We're going places. And yesterday she said, looks like we're going to get a storm. And I just started laughing. And she's like, what's funny about a storm? So then I explained to her and she's like, good God. You know?
Right?
She's 88. She's like, they could have picked something better.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with that. We do on Sundays, we're now changing it to every other Sunday, but on Sundays we've been doing our WTF moments of the trials that we're, you know, watching and man, they made for some good material on our.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm all over the storm, y'all.
Yeah.
I was live tweeting for Law and Crime, and so I was like, I better be good. So I just put Riders on the Storm out there by the doors. But if I'd been home, you guys would have been bombarded with storm memes because that's how I roll.
It's never too late. At this point, it's never too late.
Well, it's
I
funny
literally
because
stopped midstream. I was like, I'm cracking up laughing. I was like, hold on, I gotta make a graphic. I came on my other screen. I was like, I couldn't even wait till we finished. I was like, this needs to be a graphic. Oh, it's so
well, it's funny because later that day, my grandma was like, well, I guess that storm kind of fizzled out. And I was like, but you know.
Brandy, apparently your graphic is very popular with Kay.
That's hilarious.
Oh, there's Lauren. Hey, Lauren.
Yeah.
We love her.
Oh, she's great.
Yeah. Oh, and the trial. So you have a court daddy?
Court Daddy. I pinned the name Court Daddy. He was adorable younger guy, just, you know, told us our rules every day. And then he was the one that came and took your stuff if you didn't have your ringer off. And so I nicknamed him Court Daddy because, you know, he was the rule enforcer, but he was really funny. And that court staff as a whole were just great. Just such a nice group of people in spite of the circus rolling into town. You know, they treated us like family. Boise was amazing. I really didn't know what to expect. I expected potato fields like to my left and right. And it's a really cool college town. I stayed right downtown, lots of options, but I mean, not that I got to explore them. I was, you know, getting in bed at 1 a.m. with everything, but it was a very welcoming staff for all of us, but I think they were glad to see us go after 6 weeks.
Probably. Yeah.
Well, no. We just had a question that I think we wanted to eventually get to anyways. Tell us about John Thomas. And you know, we had a quick conversation before we hopped on air. And so I'm going to let you explain him because we obviously had a chuckle.
Me?
Yes. Sorry.
Oh.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, I know by default, most true crime enthusiast watchers by default just hate the defense because they're defending the defendant. But I have to say, Jim Archibald, John Thomas, and Brandon Hobbs, who is the investigator for them. Super nice dudes, very funny, very nice to be around. Just, I mean, really nice people. And I'm going to tell you right now, when that whole grandparent stuff came up, that was all Lori. She didn't want them in there because that's the first time. You know, these other hearings, it's like a bond hearing, it's like this hearing, that hearing, it's nothing major. But she didn't want them in there because of days like where the autopsy photos are being shown. She didn't want to have to sit there with her ex family that she shared like holidays with, birthdays with, you know, and sit there and then their grandson's on the screen. You know what I mean? But like her attorneys are very solid dudes. I don't think any of that came from them. They're very nice. Jim Archibald, super funny in a very dry way. Did you guys catch that where he's talking to Audrey and he's like, so he told you he was the brother of Jesus and you believed him? And she's like, yes. And then and he said, you were married to Jesus in a past life. And she's like, yes. And then he's like, did he ever say in the 1700s he came back as a total loser or something? And she's like, no. I mean, he was just dry funny. And like his closings where he's like, you know, his stupid books.
The dumb
you know?
books. Yes, that was so funny.
Yeah. But they're very nice guys. I talked to them several times and, you know, they had a rough job because Lori tied their hands behind their back. She didn't want mental health brought in. She did not want her brother or Chad thrown under the bus. That happened in closings and she was none too happy. She was livid that they brought Chad into this because she thinks they're going to live in all these different probations. But like with 700 years in prison she's facing, her next 5 or 6 probations are going to be in the pokey. Right. So the next life, she's just going to wake up and be in a jail cell. But, you know, in her mind, I think she still believes 100% that her and Chad are going to go off on another adventure in the next life and that kind of thing. And maybe that's why she didn't want them thrown under. Not to mention they came in late. They came in a year and a half after everybody had been on this case, had to play catch up with zero defense that she would allow them to do. So, you know, and people said, well, they didn't put up a defense, but she didn't give them an option. And ultimately, they have to listen to her.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, and there really is no defense, especially, you know, because I know that there was a lot of talk in chat and on Twitter and, you know, Facebook and everything. There was a lot of talk going through everything about, you know, are they really going to be able to, you know, pin this on her? Because as much as we could look at stuff and, you know, and say, okay, there's no way around this from a legal standpoint, being able to tie her to it with actual stuff. And then those texts came out. You know, is it time yet? Is he, you know, is he a 0 yet or whatever the scale was in that moment? But, you know, when all of that stuff came out and it kind of tied him to it, I think that's when we all had our, like, you know,
I think that was those text messages. And I said, Lori was her own undoing with how she acted on the body cam footage. The blatant lies of where JJ was, that's culpability. I have no doubt there's something going on, but when you know, you don't lie about it. If you're really that far gone, you say, yeah, we killed JJ. He was a zombie, but it wasn't really JJ. No, she made up elaborate lies. And, but I think that was her own undoing were those text messages, those videos, more than the hair that they found with JJ, because that, you know, I fully believe she participated in some way, but then, you know, you can say, well, she lived with him. Okay. But we didn't need the hair. For me, it confirms she was there at some point when this poor child was dying or dead.
Yeah.
But, Lori was her own undoing with those texts. And, you know, when we got those document dumps from like Gilbert and Chandler, that doesn't happen a lot in cases, but it gave us a lot of insight into kind of the framework of the inner workings of the group. And then the trial just filled in all those gaps with those texts of, you know, is he at a 0? And then, you know, the manipulation, I think that the prosecution pointed out is it wasn't always Chad. It was, oh, go be with your family. Like, they, you know, and all that is a nudge to go kill your wife, you know.
Right.
But the text messages about JJ, is he at a 0, blew our minds.
Yeah. Yeah. That was one of those moments where we were all sitting there like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know, there's no way to explain that away. No matter what you try to explain away, there's no way to explain that part away.
Yeah.
There was this question that came in. Can you give Judge Bruce Schroeder a review?
Me?
Yes.
Who's Bruce Schroeder?
Wait, hold on. That's not the right judge. I'm so
Look,
sorry.
I've been in Vallowville for 6 weeks. I have
Yeah,
no clue what's
no.
happening in the true crime world aside from Vallow.
It's okay. We've been through 3 other trials too, and now I'm all kinds of confused. Could you give the judge a review? How did he do? What did you think?
Judge Boyce, I've
yes.
said this on every podcast I've been on since. That courtroom ran smoother than any courtroom I've been in ever. There were no hiccups. I think that there were times where, maybe the defense felt like he wasn't being fair to them. And, I think probably the same for the prosecution. But as a whole, he was one thing I noticed, he always smiled a little bigger after lunch. He would come in, in the mornings with a little grin, but after lunch, he was like, he must get hangry. And then lunchtime, he calms down. But he really, there weren't a ton of objections. Maybe one day we had like a ton when certain witnesses were up. But he was just kind of in the background. But, I think that, it ran smooth. So that's about all you can say is that at least it started, it ended with a verdict. Yeah. And so, I thought, he seemed nice, but he was in and out. You know how judges are. They just come in, we stand, they leave, we stand, and that's about it.
Yeah. It's so weird too, seeing covering different trials and seeing different things that the way that people are. Cause like Judge Schroeder, the one that he asked about, he was the Zachariah Anderson judge, and he was very,
thank you. Yes.
He was, animated, and he was, he pulled an orange out of his robe one time, and we were all like, where did that come from? And he had all these weird sayings and stuff. And then you have, Judge Boyce, we didn't get to see him, but he sounded like Ray Romano. That's one thing we all, talked about in chat. And I guess we pick up on it more because we don't have the visuals. So we hear, we're focusing on their voices more.
Right. Yeah.
Like Ray Romano to us. But he seemed, I know that there were,
I just realized I had everybody's head cut off up there.
Oh no!
Yeah. I wanted to make sure that was visible since we're talking about them.
I love that.
Yeah.
And I saw another question too. I've lost it. I should have.
I was looking through too.
What was it about? Opening and closing?
Yeah, do that one.
Why did Wood do the closing instead of Lindsay Blake? She blew away with the opening.
I don't know why they chose. They both did a really good job. Rob Wood, I think, in closings tied it all up and focused on the main points. And the prosecution did. It's so hard because if we really told the whole story, we'd be there till God comes to get the 144,000. We'd still be sitting there trying to explain this case to people that don't know it. They did an amazing job of breaking this down to where it wasn't really until the 3rd or 4th day when Melanie Gibb got on the stand that we really got into the religion and to watch the progression with the jurors. So, at first they're kind of just and then Melanie Gibb gets on the stand and it goes all wackadoodle. And then the jurors are like, what?
Yeah.
And then they're like, huh? But then I tell you, one of the biggest reactions I saw out of them actually was when they revealed that Alex Cox shot and killed Charles Vallow. That blew them away. I really think this jury had no clue about this case. I don't think anybody minimized what they did or didn't know. I think these were people that on a basic level had heard some stuff. I mean, unless you live on Venus, you have. But I was going to say Pluto, but isn't that we done got rid of Pluto, right?
Yeah, I think it's
apparently it's not a planet.
Yeah, I think Pluto got canceled.
Look,
Pluto got canceled.
My 6th grade science teacher would not steer me wrong. It's a planet.
Agreed.
So, but that blew their minds away that Alex killed Charles. And I'm curious, how many of those jurors now have went and watched Sins of Our Mother or some of the documentaries, because none of them really had. So I'm trying to get some jurors to interview. There's one making the rounds now. He's great. Saul.
Yeah.
Somebody asked if I was in court every day except for the one Friday I took my daughter. I flew back and took my daughter to see Taylor Swift in Atlanta, but I was in there for 6 weeks minus a day.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That was the day they did the crime scene photos for Tammy Daybell, but we ended up and saw those again. So
gotcha.
Yeah.
So how uncomfortable was everybody in the jury when they were reading Chad and Lori's communication.
Oh my gosh, y'all. There was some uncomfortable shifting in seats by the jury. There were some snickers, y'all. Look, see, here's the thing. I have the sense of humor of like a 13-year-old boy. So I'm sitting here like looking down, really like they're seeing the crown of my head as I'm typing because I'm like, you probably see my shoulders. But it was very uncomfortable. And some jurors, were grinning at certain points. And, the one who thanks for joining me in the shower earlier. And everybody's like, how do you wait? And then they brought in portals. It's like, oh, she just portaled to a shower and they took a shower. She portaled back home, So it was so uncomfortable. And then there was a little bit of loin fire read, which I call it an erotic epic fail. But, I mean, it's literally so bad. It's like it's almost like Chad was like the 50-year-old virgin. It's you would never think he'd been married for over 20 years. It's like the first time he's ever experienced anything. And it was cringy and terrible. But the storm, when they said, so this poor FBI agent, I think it was Special Agent Hart was on the stand. And so he's like, the storm, and so the prosecutor's like hesitant. I think it was Rob with me. Can you tell us what the storm is? And he's like,
yeah.
And the dude's like pauses and he's like, it's another word for Chad's penis. And we all were like, is that what he just said? Wait. That sounds more like a WWE wrestler name. The Storm. Yeah.
And
it's like, oh my gosh.
In the audio, it just sounded like he read those with such a straight face.
Yeah, no, his cheeks were red.
Okay,
I will confirm the embarrassment was visible in the cheek area. But no, very professional. The one thing I have to say, I rode up on the elevator after they announced the verdict with a lot of these investigators, and man, they were just like nervous, but you could also see that resolve on their face that they knew their investigation was what it needed to be to get a conviction. And Lindsay Blake was on the elevator, and somebody asked her how she was, and she said, you put it out there and we give it to the jury, and that's what we do. And we just hope that we proved our case. Like, she was so humble, who, by the way, lost her dad the day before suddenly, that she questioned Melanie Gibb without a flaw. And I have just shouted her out because, number one, she is just sweet as pie and she's adorable. But man, the strength to do that when your dad is not expected to not be here all of a sudden. Props to her, because she showed up. We had that one day of no court, so they could attend the funeral with her.
Right.
But man, what a beacon of justice. Just she put it aside. It was important some of the most important testimony. But yeah, it was oh gosh, y'all, the storm. I mean, every time I see storm clouds now, I'm like, oh my gosh, don't make a YouTube short, please. Just don't pick up your phone.
We had this one, and maybe we'll open it up a little bit in terms of the verdict and her behavior during it. What did you glean anything from her on that? It was kind of hard to see because it was a little bit blurry from our end. It was definitely Zoom. So could you clear up anything in terms of her reactions to the verdict? Were there any? Because we definitely saw the arms crossed, but other than that.
Yeah, I was sitting again, one row behind her investigator. So I was about 15 feet from her, side view. And so I went back and watched the footage. She eyeballed that jury, just trying to see maybe if she could figure out, because she was convinced she was going to be found not guilty. I mean, that's what I've been told. She was convinced she was going to testify. I mean, it came down to the wire with her. They just talked her out of it. She would have ruined any appeal chance, really. When you do that, they go out the window. And I think probably they're like, hey, you think you're going to get off? Well, you're definitely not to take the stand. And that was the time also that Larry got sick. Everybody saw it online where they had to call EMS. He refused. Yes. He was okay, just overwhelmed. They told us a 15-minute break while her attorneys talked to her. It ended up being about 30. But so as that first guilty verdict was read, like, her body language just went from nervous to just defiant. When you close your arms, you're closed off. You're not wanting to hear what they're saying. And so after the verdict, she kind of turned, and I thought they were going to cuff her in the courtroom like they did Alec Murdaugh. I sat in that one too. As soon as he was found guilty, like, they turned him around, and like, that dude made those cuffs so loud. And I thought, here we go. They're going to cuff her in front of us.
Yeah.
And, but they didn't. But she turned to her attorney and she was none too happy about that verdict because, you know, she's exalted and she thought that, you know, she would get off, that they would think she's a victim. And, you know, it worked up until this, because if you go back and look at that body cam footage when Charles was murdered, within 45 minutes, they're offering her a victim's advocate.
Yes.
You
and
know,
one of them even used the terminology, something about making this go away or something when she was talking to them about when he had told them that, you know, she's crazy, something's wrong. And she was like, no, I just caught him cheating. And, you know, and all of a sudden she turns into, you know, the victim in every single situation. She manipulates it to where she's the victim. And they even used, I can't remember which officer it was, but even used a term, well, you know, we'll figure out how to, you know, just do this and this and this, and we can make this go away. And, oh, it's so hard to hear that. Now, obviously, you know, they had no way of knowing that she was just as crazy town as he was saying, because it does sound crazy. It doesn't sound like something that you would hear from somebody and believe, you know?
Yeah, it's so sad. And I think, you know, part of that, y'all, I'm shedding this. I'm having a hot flash. Like, sorry. I'm not even gonna lie. Didn't want y'all to think this was becoming an OnlyFans episode, but I'm just burning up. So
we had all this talk about the storm, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, man, you know, it always gets a little humid in the house before the storm comes. So I guess maybe that's it. But so what was I saying? Sorry. I didn't take my ADHD medicine today. I'm just going to admit it. So I'm a little unpredictable right now.
I lost my train of thought.
What were we talking about? Somebody in comments could tell us what we were talking about. I mean, I had the hot flash. Just let my brain boils for a second. You know,
we've got just a lot of laughing emojis right now.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. No, sorry.
Oh yeah. The law enforcement failed so badly. They didn't know that she was.
Well, yeah, and I think, you know, one thing too is like what was so sad to me, and it's always been sad because Chandler, had they took Charles seriously and actually had her evaluated, she did voluntarily go in, and she was out within a few hours and bragged about that.
Yeah.
So she definitely had a gift of turning it off and on, which I think really is just everything we saw in court. But you know, everything that Charles warned them about was testified to on that stand. He was exactly right, and he's dead. It's just so sad. You think, I mean, you know, I don't know when these people are going to realize, like, you don't want to be with your spouse, you know, just divorce them. But it was about money too. They wouldn't have got those life insurance policies. She didn't get it anyway, but Chad got $430 off of Tammy. I think in the end, he had maybe $140 out of that left because Lori was like hopping him around the islands and staying in all these resorts and condos.
Yeah.
But yeah, gosh, y'all, 50 Shades of Grey, that one.
Yeah. She's awful. Awful.
This says, do you think any journalist will ever get to do a one-on-one with Lori? But also, if you could, which would you want to who would you want to interview, Chad or Lori?
I would love to interview Lori, and look, I love Kay and Larry. They are some of the most salt of the earth people, and I would definitely talk to them before. But I would love to, just to get her take and see how she's going to explain this away. But I really, you know, I don't know. I don't think she would. And I don't know that I would either. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a part of me that would be intrigued to try to see why, or her answer of why. But at the same time, I don't really care because it's all going to be lies anyway. She's going to lie and say, oh, I had no clue where my kids are. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
But it would be Lori, if anybody, because I would just be afraid I'd get caught up in a storm with Chad. And like, you know, if he tells me he was Jesus's brother in a past life, you know, I just might, you know, start following. So
right.
No, Lori would definitely, because I'm a mother, and it's like, you know, you look back at Lori through the custody battle with Joe Ryan, all those documents are available. She really was never a good mom, but people show you what you want to see.
Yeah.
And so up until the kids were missing, or, you know, really when Charles was shot, that was kind of when I think everybody that knew her was like, there's something off. But Charles said way back, even into 2016, he noticed that switch in her was starting. And then I think Chad came along and she had these ideas, and then she saw him as a prophet. And then it was like he was the gasoline to the little glowing embers that was Lori. And it was like poof. You know, it all blew up. So but still with Lori, you know, say what you will. I mean, her kids were alive before she met Chad Daybell. She wasn't a good mom, but she didn't kill her kids. But at the same time, you lead a horse to water, you can't make it drink. And I think ultimately she had these delusions of grandeur where she wanted to be above and she thought Chad was above and she was an exalted goddess. And that, you know, that's how he got her in. And then I think it became a 50-50, 100%. The decisions to kill, whatever. I do not think he was the ringleader. I think it was a collaborative effort between her and Chad and Alex. And just dangerous, you know, gosh, just dangerous.
Yeah. So I'm glad you brought up Alex. So I have a question because I've had, you know, and I can only say, you know, there are only so many coincidences, especially in stuff like this with Joe Ryan and with Alex and their natural deaths. What is your take on that? What do you think?
I always consider Joe Ryan a victim of Lori. And I say if she didn't physically kill him, she killed that man because for, you know, from the time Tylee was 3 or 4 up until he died, he was actively seeking a relationship. Lori blocked that. I really do think Lori brainwashed Tylee in a bit about her dad. I spoke to Tylee's guardian ad litem, Tom Ware, who represented Tylee through this whole battle for hours. And he said Lori coached those kids. At one point, they're in an interview room, and Tylee turns to Lori and says, "See, Mom, I told him what you told me to say." They never found any evidence of abuse, of sexual abuse. I don't doubt victims when they say they were abused. But his opinion was nothing that they ever found linked Joe to being a predator, including psychosexual evaluations by, you know, very respectable people. But I think one interesting thing to me is Lori told somebody in Hawaii, and I cannot remember who right now, that her and Tylee had a key to Joe's apartment, hadn't heard from him in a while, went in and found his body. So that's interesting. Then there were some ladies' sunglasses on the vanity in the bathroom.
And hair dye, right? Wasn't there like hair dye or something in there too?
I don't remember hair dye, but there could be. It's just like my brain, you know, right now is bing, bing, bing. So, and then with Joe Ryan, I would not doubt something. With Alex Cox, listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, I will die on the hill. That man did not die a natural death. I don't know what he took. He had been to Mexico like a week before. I don't know if he got some kind of undetectable stuff. The patriarchal blessing came at the right time. Tammy Daybell exhumed the day before. He knew it was his time to go, because in that patriarchal blessing, it says something about, you know, you will know when it's time to move on to the next world. And I think Chad called and said, "Hey, buddy, it's time to move on." And then Lori called from Hawaii to Zulema, who was a few miles away, and said, "You need to go check on Alex. Like, he's in the bathroom." How would you know? Like, unless you're FaceTiming, and if you're FaceTiming and he's like, you know, looking a little rough, you know, but so there's a lot of things with that. I 100% believe Alex knew what was up. When they're exhuming the body, they've had a welfare check on the kids. You know, it's getting real. Yeah. So I think he checked himself out, but he was cremated. They did take they took some of the clot samples from his lungs, took some liver samples. The FBI was in attendance for that because the day he died, they were having an all agency meeting about this case. So all the different agencies had come together, comparing notes, and they get a call. You're not going to believe this. They've had to call 911 on Alex Cox. And so then they later find out he's dead at this all agency meeting, and then they were trailing him. That's the crazy thing. He was under surveillance. Yeah. And then he dies. So a lot of secrets died with that man.
Yeah. A lot. Yeah. I just think there's only so many coincidences, but his time. And I think, you know, with Joe Ryan, I have questions, you know, but that one I could see as more of a coincidence, but there's nothing that anybody can say that will convince me that Alex died of natural causes with no interference.
Right. And the reason I say that if she didn't kill Joe Ryan physically, Alex tased him. He had some physical issues from that for the rest of his life. I think he had like maybe some back issues If you compare his driver's license photos, I have them and I've tweeted them out side by side. The first one, when things were good, he looked great. The last one, just my gosh, what a transformation. And it was just that physical manifestation of the emotional torture she put him through. And it's, if you haven't read the custody documents, they're out there, and it is an insight into how diabolical she is.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I feel so bad for Joe. I know Joe had anger issues. His sister Annie Cushing admitted to that, but never anything that like would indicate that, you know, he would just be this terrible monster who abused kids. But that's Colby's story, not mine. So I'm just kind of relaying what Tom Ware said, which was nothing ever pointed to. In fact, at one point, the court recommended Joe have full custody and Lori have like visitation. So, but again, she weaseled her way out of it. There were times she should have been arrested for being in contempt of not following that order, got out of it. I mean, it's, you know, so she's having a little bit of a hard time adjusting to her guilty verdict from what I've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Chad's kids, I know that I saw an interview with them. I think it was from like maybe a year ago, maybe more, where they were, you know, thinking, you know, they were saying like he was framed, he's innocent. After this stuff came out, like especially that one text about, you know, how he's going to have to deal with all that hoopla with their college graduations and stuff like that. With everything that's come out, do you know, or do you think if their opinion on that has changed at all, or do you think they still think that he was framed?
The one thing that I remind people about his kids is, number one, that interview with 2020 was done before we got the Chandler document dump that had text in there that proved the affair.
Yeah.
So they were going into that a little blind. And it's not like investigators tell them, hey, we got this on your dad. We got this on your dad. Kay and Larry and Annie Cushing and Rex and all the family members that were in that courtroom learned really painful stuff at that trial. So I think between the document dumps that came after that interview and the trial, I've heard maybe one or two are not as supportive as they were. I can't confirm it, but this came from somebody who knows the family. So I've heard maybe a couple, not so much, but I think after the trial, if there's any that support him, there's just no hope. I mean, that, you know, if this doesn't convince you that your dad was totally in on all of it, including your mom's death, you know, it's, and I've never faulted his kids either. That's their dad. And they probably could never imagine that he would know two kids are buried on his property while Tammy Daybell was still alive, I might add. She worked in a library with kids and like had no clue there's two bodies in her yard. So, but yeah, hopefully they've seen the light, because I think maybe that might help them move on a bit, but his trial's still coming up if he takes it to trial. I'm not convinced he will. John Pryor was there nearly every single day.
Yeah. I don't know that he would. And I would hate for him to put everybody through that again, especially knowing the outcome of this one is going to be the same outcome as his. I mean, it is more against him than there is her.
And the case against Chad apparently is much stronger than the case against Lori. Hers was largely circumstantial. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out she was eyeball deep in it, but I've heard the evidence against Chad is more incriminating. And they have the bargaining chip on the table, which is the death penalty. So maybe if you know, they're estimating no date set, but we're looking at June of next year for Chad. That's going to be a 10 to 12 week trial.
Wow.
I have not been to the bar before I came, promise y'all. But you know, it's going to be a lot more in depth. And even though the likelihood of him being put to death in Idaho are slim to none, it's still that laying over your head that at any point your time could come up and the needles go in your arm. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, there were times where John Pryor would look at the jury. They looked especially horrified when the call that he made the night Charles Vallow was murdered to the Valley of the Sun mortuary, saying his uncle had died. His name was Chad Daybell. I mean, really, this dude was not a rocket scientist. At first, he said Chad Daybell.
Yeah.
And then he's
yes,
like,
he did.
Chad Daybell.
Yeah. Like all of a sudden, now he's incognito because he changed it to Daybell at the very end. Oh, that was ridiculous.
He watched the jury very closely at key times. And I think really he's just gauging their response to these things that involved his client, like these text messages where some of them looked horrified when it's like the day, Tammy Daybell hadn't been dead but a day. And he's like, oh, I'm just thinking about, you and this and that. So I imagine they're going to have some conversations here soon because Lori was convicted. I really thought they could have gotten hung up on Tammy Daybell's charges, really, if any.
Yeah.
But then you put it all together and it fits and they can use common sense as part of the whole scheme. Chad's toast. And I think John Pryor knows that.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, are you going to be following the Arizona trial too?
Heck yeah. I thought I was going to come home this week and just decompress and like not even think about Lori Vallow and just like think about the victims and acclimate to being back home. I mean, like, look, y'all, it's been tough. I went to the store and bought like 5 cream cheeses and no bagels the other day. And my kids were like, Mom, you're home. Get it together. So, but then we get this new indictment for Brandon Boudreaux in Arizona. And, I think there could be more indictments. So yeah, I'm hoping to go out to Arizona to cover both of those. She won't get sentenced till later in the summer. It's about 3 months with the pretrial or pre-sentencing investigation, but then they'll begin that extradition process. She might not end up in Arizona till closer to the end of the year, but nope, I'm there, y'all. I'm gonna bring it to you. Maybe they'll allow cameras too.
I would love it if they did. It would.
Yeah.
It was difficult to cover this one, having to get around that because, obviously, being into trials, I can sit there and listen to the audio of it, but having not everybody wants to do that. So trying to get around that, so we made graphics and we tried to do a bunch of things and I did a bunch of charts and stuff like that. But being able to actually see her reactions and see what affects her and what doesn't, and see, all of that, I would, and see her attorney's, reactions and that type of thing. I would love to be able to actually see it in person and watch her squirm.
Yeah, they appeased her a lot. They would laugh with her, not inappropriately like she would, but it almost seemed more like a babysitting job for them with her. I mean, she had her little sketchbook. I don't know if she was labeling us all light or dark or like the jury or what, or if she was like drawing portals, but she filled up because the day before on closings, I was sitting on that side. And she had just a very small amount of paper left. So she had been through a whole legal pad through that trial. I mean, look, if somebody accidentally mailed that to me, I wouldn't complain. But, it's all bizarre. It's all so bizarre. But just no emotion out of her about her children. The only emotion was Colby, oh, my baby, or something to that effect.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
What other questions we got?
Well, this kind of moves to what's the next trial you plan on covering in person?
Not a 6-week one, I can tell you that. Between Murdoch and Vallow, I've been very lucky to have a lot of family help. I have teenagers and then a 11-year-old, and I have family that live literally like all around, 2 houses up and across the street. So I've been very lucky. They've helped me do this. But I was going to go to Coburger, but that got canceled because we got the indictment.
Right.
So I think maybe the next one, I'm going to sentencing for Lori in Rexburg, and I've never been there. It's like a 6-hour drive from Boise. I wanted to make that trip to go pay my respects at the fence and that kind of thing. But so I'll go to sentencing, and then Arizona. I would love to go sit in the Caitlin Armstrong trial, the cyclist that had the facelift, just because it's such a crazy case.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Law and Crime took a huge chance on me. I'd never done this before, like this live coverage on TV. And they sent me to Murdoch because I'm local-ish, like under 3. I've met him at a Clemson, Carolina tailgate party.
Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, or at a tailgate. Yeah. My friend's trying to find the pictures on her old iPhone. He came over. He knew them well and came over and with everybody, the whole family. But yeah, so 2 6-week trials with kids. Like, I'm a homebody. I love my family. I take care of my grandma who's 88. So just brief ones. But anything in Arizona, I'm there for.
Yeah.
I have to hitchhike. I'll get there.
There was this one. Do you think Thomas and Archibald spent half the time trying to keep her level?
I really do. I honestly, I do. I think that them acknowledging whatever she was saying to them, which clearly wasn't anything serious, because she would laugh at, she would laugh at her own whatever she said. They did. You could tell it was more of a kind of just, let's appease her. And yeah, they were babysitting there a bit. You could tell. There were times they seemed frustrated too. You could tell at times where they would sort of like talk to her, and then they would kind of just probably subconsciously be like, oh, this girl.
Yeah.
This translated being,
Yeah.
I can't say the word I want to say right now, but
I'm sure they wanted to portal out of there a few times. So
yeah, there were a few times I wanted to portal out, but especially on those stormy days, it was like, I want a portal.
We had the joy of being able to go like 1.5 speed. You did not.
No. I went real speed. But me and my best friend actually launched this podcast on this case the day they found the kids' bodies. So that's how we started. I'd done true crime years ago, got out of it, got intrigued. This was during COVID, so I had finished all of Netflix. Like I'd watched everything on Netflix.
Everything.
And I was like scrolling through and read the first article on this case, and I told my best friend, like, this is going to be a great case. This is going to be wild, not great, but this is going to be one of those that's going to blow your mind. And so very early on, we started sleuthing Lori, Alex, everybody online before it got buried kind of pulled, buried in the news stories and pulled, found very disturbing stuff on Alex Cox. Some of the groups he liked barely legal transgender stuff, which, okay, I don't care if you like transgender, but when like the photo of the group looks like a kid, you know what I'm saying? Like he was pervy. And then we found have you guys seen this Smule stuff where they're singing?
I don't think so.
No.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay, so Alex Cox has more videos than anybody, and he's singing like 80s hits. I'll have to send that to you guys.
Really?
You guys will have fun with it. If I have my phone right here. Wait. No, look, I'm getting up. Hang on. Sorry.
Oh no. She fell in a portal.
I don't see it. Okay, but I will find it and you guys can send it out. But he's singing like Hungry Like the Wolf and singing. Yeah. And Lori is singing like, I don't know if you guys watch Grease too, but as a kid, like I love that movie because Grease 1 was my favorite. And she sings like Cool Rider and all this stuff. It is bad.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no. And then Tylee's on there. Tylee has a page. She's a beautiful voice. One thing that I learned, I did an interview with Kay and Larry right before trial with Law and Crime. Tylee went to a school for kids like that were talented that could sing. She had a beautiful voice.
Yeah.
And so her Smule is on there and she's singing like Part of Your World by The Little Mermaid.
Aww.
And it's really sweet to hear her sing. But then like Alex comes on and it's like, buddy. And he does one collaboration where like you can pick somebody's video and collaborate with it. And I swear to God, I think it's Julie Rowe doing her dancing thing. And he's singing, oh gosh, he was singing something, but I'll send it to you guys. It's so bad.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll be excited.
I wish I could, wait, I can share my screen, right?
You should, I think I let that happen.
Okay. So Lori had 16 recordings, Cool Rider, Hallelujah, the Jeff Buckley version, and the Rose.
Oh my gosh.
So Alex Cox had a ton. So he sings The Longest Time by Billy Joel, Need You Now, Lady Antebellum, An Innocent Man by Billy Joel again.
Oh no.
Yeah, You May Be Right, I May Be Crazy. That's true. Hit Me With Your Best Shot, Love Is a Battlefield.
Oh my gosh.
So let me see if I can share my screen with you guys, because if I can, we rocking this real quick. Okay. That might ask you permission. Let's see, new tab. Oh wait, here we go. Okay, I can do this, y'all. Can y'all see that?
Yeah, we see it. We see it.
Okay, wait.
To stream.
Okay, so I'm gonna play one of these for y'all because where's the one with Julie Rowe, who I think is Julie Rowe? Creep. That was appropriate. Yeah. Wait. I don't see it on here. Maybe oh wait, picture by Sheryl Crow. Creepy, but there's Alex Cox. Yeah.
He's not good with the angles, huh?
Let's see. It's not ready yet. Well, he ain't gonna be finishing it where he's at.
No.
Okay, let's do it, Innocent Man. Let's see if this. Wait, I won't make you listen to the whole thing. Where's the videos though? Those are the best.
Some people stay far away.
Uh-uh.
From the door. There's a chance of it opening up.
That's Alex Cox.
Hear a voice in the hall outside and know that
Drop him in a, fold him in a taco, send him to
Yeah.
Antarctica.
I know, right? I'm just trying to find like the one with a video. Oh wait, here we go. No,
This should be our new intro song.
look, I'm gonna tell you right now. If there is a HE double hockey sticks, it would be that on repeat, like for all eternity. Oh wait, here's one.
Oh my
So
gosh,
you can
no.
collaborate with
Oh.
people. Oh, look at him. He's checking her out.
Oh, the smile just made me want to vomit.
Wait.
I'll be the one if you want me to.
After that, I'm not saying anything.
Anywhere I would have followed you.
Oh, that's terrible.
What? You know what's bad though? That's like a song for Lori. I'll follow you anywhere. I'll follow you.
Yeah.
Anyway, so there you go. That's not nightmares for all. Sorry, but it cracks
That's
me up.
hilarious.
No, it's bad. There's one with Julie
it's-
Rowe.
The head shake too. The I would have followed you. That like
Oh,
the
yeah.
dramatic head shake. That was
They had
hilarious.
singing parties. They would get together and sing. Like Chad would come over and sing. Can you imagine Chad singing with that monotone voice?
no.
No.
I mean, it would be like a B-rate version of Johnny Cash with that deep kind of.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Laura Ferris. Thank you, Laura Ferris. I appreciate that.
the line. Oh my
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
Ooh.
I walked the line.
He was his face. He was so into it. That was hilarious. Oh yeah, do Julie's.
Yeah.
Shelly said, "Do Julie's."
I'm trying to find it, y'all. Oh my gosh. I have it on my phone and I don't know where my phone is. Hey Siri. Sometimes I have to yell at her and I'm like, where are you? And she's like, I'm here. Oh man, what is that one with Julie? Okay, if you guys want to get a question, let me see if I can find that one.
Oh yeah, we got so caught up in the songs. That could be our new intro song, JT.
I don't think we'll have anybody be tuning
And
in,
that's how this podcast failed.
right? I fell into a burning portal of fire.
Right. Oh wait. Oh my gosh, what song was that? Was it With or Without You? Don't Be Cruel, Promises in the Dark. Yeah, I don't see the one with but I sent it to somebody. Hang on, I might have to share a text. Okay, well, yeah. Well, I'll send it to you guys. You guys can play it on your next episode. I
Okay.
don't want to waste the time.
We will. We'll dedicate like a whole karaoke hour to.
Oh,
to their
somebody
stuff.
wants to hear Creep. Hold on. We'll just play a little clip of Creep. Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are a creep. Let's see here. Let me share my screen. Share screen. Here we go. Share screen. Oh, I don't have his.
You in the eye, just like an angel. It makes me cry.
His voice makes me cry.
Yeah.
Oh, he missed it right there. Okay, let's see. Picture. No. Oh man, I can't find the one with Julie Rowe, y'all. I'm so sorry.
That's.
But I don't think that she necessarily participated. Oh heck, I'm in hell, y'all. Okay, there it's gone. Whew.
What if that did get stuck? Like you know how like they have like those old cassette players in the car and stuff where the cassette tape would get stuck in like back in the day and you couldn't get it out and you would just have to listen to the same thing on repeat. That would be like
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. That is secondhand embarrassment. Oh, you ain't kidding, girl.
yeah.
Somebody asked, Rhonda asked, can I tell them more about Lori not adjusting to her verdict? I've just heard from a source that she's not happy. She really thought she was gonna be found innocent. So she wasn't happy, and that there is your indication. Because she didn't look at them when they left. Normally she would watch them as they went in and went out, and she kind of just, was like, whatever.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Jimmy Lawson wants to know what she did when she got mad at her lawyers about Chad.
Well,
thinking they're closing.
I mean, there was almost smoke coming out of her ears when they went there. She did not want them thrown under the bus. Neither one, and I know that. But her demeanor, her body language just screamed, I am totally like labeling you like a 4.3 dark Archibald. And then she kind of stormed out of the room, and I've kind of heard afterwards it was not pretty.
Oh, wow.
She let him have it. So
Yeah.
the true Lori came out, I think, in a real sense for them to see.
Yeah.
Do we know if Lori's going to be Gen Pop or will she be protected? She's going to be.
She'll be protected for a while. Like Alec Murdoch wants to be in Gen Pop. It's not his choice. So like usually for the first 6 months or so, they kind of acclimate to prison, but it's a different world. She's been in a tiny, tiny jail. People in there are in there maybe for a DUI or a drug charge. They're kind of in and out. And so she's kind of like the long-term resident there. And but prison is, she's a small fish. And I did a huge series called A Glimpse at Life, where I know somebody who is in prison, in a women's prison in California, but women who murder their babies, they are targeted. And I heard a story once about a lady that had drowned her kids in a bathtub, and they would choke this lady out to the point to where she was panicking and like feeling like she was going to die. And then they'd stop and be like, how do you think your kids felt? We'll see you tomorrow. And the thing is, you don't report that because then you're a snitch, and then it's like tenfold.
Right.
So if she thinks that she's going to go in there and charm everybody and be like Miss, Texas or whatever that she was, like Miss Pocatello, she's wrong, because you hurt your kids. That's just one thing that a lot of mothers are in prison, and you're a target. So it's not going to be a pretty existence for her at all.
Yeah. There was a question too. Where did it go? Do you know for certain if Brenda Dye finally changed Tammy's death certificate for sure?
We have not heard. That was kind of an awkward moment with her on the stand where she was like, well, I was waiting for the trial to end up. And Archibald's like, is the verdict going to change your mind about how Tammy died? He made a good point.
Yeah.
So no, I don't know if it's been changed. I would kind of venture a guess maybe that day she went and changed it, because we all were like, what are you waiting for? She was murdered,
Right.
So we're not sure about that. I'll try to file for it though. You can go with the probate court and request a copy. So I might wait a few weeks and see if that has been changed to asphyxiation by homicide.
Gotcha.
Laura Ferris says she's not going to acclimate. She's actually off to Maricopa County Jail. Good grief. That's fine.
That's true.
That's just fine.
Yeah, they said it could take weeks to months to get her over to Arizona, but I think she'll go. I mean, she could totally just say, hey, I'm going to prison for like 3 life sentences. I plead guilty. But you think about it, it's a plane ride. She gets a change of scenery, and she gets to go back to Arizona one more time. So I think she'll fight it just because she ain't got nothing else to do for the rest of her life. So why not get a free plane ride?
Yeah. I know you were like neck deep in Vallow stuff. At any point,
eyeball deep, dude.
Eyeball deep. Yeah. Okay. I'll go higher.
Yeah. Drowning.
At any point, did you have a chance to even look at the Letitia Stalk trial that was happening?
No, that's actually going to be what I do next week. So I'm going to go back and do a very condensed version. Probably try to do like 2 to 3 days in one hour episode, because that was one I covered from the beginning, and I really want to see that through, as well as Orrin and Orson West. They just got that verdict today.
Yes.
All but 2 counts guilty, but on the main ones, I think they were found guilty, right? Like
yes, I believe so.
So those two, even though the verdicts are out, I want to put the facts out for the listeners, because we, it just so happened those 3 trials, same time. Yeah. But Lori was what we started. I started this podcast with Fruit Loop the day they found the kid's body. She's coming over tomorrow, and we're going to record like one final episode together on this case. She's now working with domestic violence. She has a safe haven for men, women, and children who are victims. And, it's she's saving lives doing what she does. But our OG listeners were like, you guys have got to finish this out. Yeah. And so there's a lot we learned at this trial, so that's going to be fun. But so I think after that, I'm probably gonna lay off the Vallow until there's movement with sentencing and that kind of thing, and then do Letitia Stalk. And I really don't know other than the guilty verdict, what facts came out. So I'm not looking forward to learning those either.
Right.
That's a trial, boy. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, but her
That
and
was
Lori
the
need to be
most-
cellmates. Can you imagine?
Oh yeah, we've talked
Oh,
about
yeah.
that on the chat before because we're like, Letitia, she babbles. Like I have a couple videos. Like one of my most popular videos that I put out was summarizing her babbling, and nobody could follow it or understand it, and it got like 30,000 views like that because everybody's like, thank God we don't understand what the heck.
I
she's
need a
saying.
lifeline.
Yeah, like she just her screech and babble, and she in order to even be able to organize that to do my recaps on that, I would have to take notes of everything she said and then break it down into sections and be like, okay, all of this is just word nonsense. This is this is the meat and potatoes of it, and it would take forever just to try to figure it out because she's awful. We talked about could you imagine those two nut jobs being in a cell together?
Yeah. Oh man. Whew. I'd love to be a fly on the wall on that cell. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
But
oh, thank you, Polly Prissy Pants.
thanks, Polly.
Nightcourt delivers.
Appreciate you.
That's awesome.
Did the judge ever grant Stout be stripped from her? I don't know. What you talking about the name?
Stout? Oh, yeah.
He had asked it in his victim impact statement if he wanted the judge to take her last name. He said he does not want her to have it anymore.
Yeah, who would? Oof.
Yeah.
The LDS Church has not made any statements regarding Chad and Lori. Nope. No statements by the church. I don't know. They were such an offshoot. They were such a splinter. It's kind of like a piggyback version of LDS where they took a few little things and then they went way in left field.
Yeah.
It seems like they picked just enough to make it all seem legit and bring people over, and then they just hit them with all the other stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. The casting sessions, when Zulema testified, she was very embarrassed. That was one of the emotions that I saw from her, shame and embarrassment. Remember, she a lot of the text messages did not come in, and we did a series on those where we read them back and forth, whereas Zulema is actively trying to use like Harry Potter magic to make the car crash, knowing JJ was in the car. Like, and it was just, he was just like a casualty. He was just, unintended victim, but the shame on her face was very evident. It doesn't excuse it. I think she knows way more than what came out on the stand, but she seemed the most embarrassed out of anybody in that inner circle. By the way, just being up there, her body language, she looked at Lori kind of a couple of times when she could tell. So when they would go to sidebar, Lori would turn her back to the audience and look straight at the attorneys. She would not face forward to the jury. She would turn and her back would be to all of us every single time. And I think she just didn't want to accidentally make eye contact with people. But it was, there are a few times where you really did see uncomfortableness in Lori that we haven't seen before. Awkwardness.
Yeah.
And I loved it because, it's like, but it's weird because that's when she's showing these emotions of like, I don't want people looking at me, but then like, here's my daughter, here's my son, here's an innocent woman that has 5 kids and grandkids, and I'm just going to giggle 20 seconds later,
right.
But God forbid she sit there alone at the table. It was like she was vulnerable and it showed.
Yeah.
Which is very bizarre, that she would feel that way.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and without her being able to be in control too, I think, she's probably used to being able to manipulate everything around her and, get things the way that she wants it. So in that situation, I could see that vulnerability possibly coming from her not knowing how to behave when she can't control everything.
100%. This is the first time in her life she's ever been held accountable for anything. And there were a lot of things her family, overlooked in her life. And we saw the body cam footage when Charles was murdered in the street, in the police office. And then also, when Charles stole the purse, there's Tylee, Melanie Gibb, and Lori. And that's when the guy's telling her how to get out of being picked up for this mandatory hold. And she got out of all of it. And now she is forced. The judge said, you have to sit here at this table. And I think that was foreign for her to be told you have to do this, and like she couldn't do anything about it. She had to do it. Yeah. Totally.
Carmen said, "Buy Gigi a beer."
Appreciate that. I'm a coffee drinker, but I'm gonna tell you what. Yes, my coffee habit. I need that and no spray. I need like no spray rehab after Boise. I don't know what it is, man, but that place like stopped me up. Yeah, I've been on that for like.
I saw your podcast where you were trying to do your podcast, and then you started sneezing and.
Well, I don't know what happened in Boise, what tickled up here, but man, coming back to Greenville, it's like the roads look like Oz. They're like yellow brick roads. It's just everywhere.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's like rapid fire. I should have put like some headbanging music to it and made it look cooler than it was, but it was just sneezes. So yeah. Well, my dogs are looking at me like, because it's rapid fire for like 20 minutes. I'm like, it's good. It's over. I sit down. My dogs are like, really, woman? Get it together. Put you some Benadryl up in there or something.
That's hilarious.
I'm looking at your comments. You guys have some great comments.
I know. I've been missing them, and my eyes are so blurry right now. Where I've been on the beach, and I'm like doing like this, trying to see everything. I can't see. I rely on JT to read.
Yeah, I wish my phone was in here. Somebody's asking if there really was a girl who looked like Tylee in there. There was. I could pull up my Twitter and share my screen. She was in there most days. It was the most uncanny resemblance I've ever seen in my life. And Lori definitely noticed her. She looked over at her a lot. She looked at her for a very long time before verdict. When that came in and we were waiting, she really stared over. You have to wonder, did she feel like she was seeing a ghost?
Yeah.
I do have. Oh, here it is. Okay, let me share this picture with you real quick, just to show. And she gave an interview, so I'm okay sharing her photo. But this is the girl.
Holy crap.
Yeah. And I sat near her pretty much every day. And they're not related. It's not some secret child of Lori's. It's just this girl who happened to be around the same age Tylee would be as well. But Lori would focus in on her very frequently. So that's the beautiful young lady, sweet as pie.
Wow.
And so that's what Lori had staring at her for the better part of 6 weeks.
Wow.
Doesn't that blow your mind?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of wows in the chat.
Yeah,
Sure.
and I mean, even more in person, the picture definitely, but in person, she looked even more like Tylee. I'm sure. So I caught her from the side sometimes because I would try to get on the far right where I had a straight line shot, look at Lori and then the jury. And so if you look at her profile, I mean, you would think it was Tylee sitting there. Very appropriate. I hope it haunted her.
I do too. Yeah. I hope that was really difficult for her to have to sit there and feel like, maybe in a sense, feel like Tylee was watching. Oh, that's.
Yeah. I mean, there were times where I caught Lori just staring.
Yeah.
Like, just very blank, no emotion, but still kind of like, am I seeing this?
Yeah. Wow.
Crazy. Yeah.
I do have one funny thing too. So when we saw you tweet that you had a court daddy, everybody was tagging me in that because I
wasn't hooking up with no court daddies in Boise. Okay, just make that clear.
We were so we have a fun thing here that started when we watch the trial. Like I'm stuttering because I'm like nervous about our trial daddies. So we have a Hot Cops and Trial Daddies calendar that we have that
shall I bring it up?
that we have started, and it's funny because it's just like Hot Cops. It started with Hot Cops, and then there were some that was like, well, he's not a cop, but he's hot. And somebody called there was the first one that they called Detective Daddy. Yeah, I made a whole inappropriate calendar.
This fella.
So, this one, Detective Daddy, his voice.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So low.
He could do a podcast.
Yeah.
Yes.
He or sing any of us to sleep. And then there was another one who just read us a bedtime story. So that's
nice.
They named him Detective Daddy, and then there was the chat did. This is not me. I'm just doing this for the people that I love. This is not
right.
Me.
Sure. It's totally not you.
He kind of looks. Yeah. Oh yeah.
It was Mr. January.
Oh look, yes, we called him Sharp Dressed Man. That dude right there, like GQ from head to toe, and such a sweet guy.
Yeah, that's what Laura said too. That he's super sweet guy. So, but he had one of those real deep voices too.
Yeah.
And so they both made our Trial Daddies calendar. So, but we call them it's the Hot Cops and Trial Daddies calendar. So when you said something about a court daddy, everybody was tagging me.
That is funny.
Oh my gosh, there's another one. There's another one. Gigi has a submission for the Trial Daddies calendar.
Yeah, I tell you, they're all pretty much married, I think. But there were some that were just nice to look at on that stand and listen. I was just sitting here like, let me watch that girl. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah, there were some good-looking dudes up on that stand, but I have to tell you though, like on a serious note, the emotion that some of these witnesses that men cry like women. I'm not one of those. Oh, this man cried. You could tell how deeply affected some of these investigators were by this whole thing, especially the ones that were there that saw the bodies. And then there was a picture with Charles Vallow and Kay Woodcock's brother, Jerry. He went to the fence for the first time. And one of the detectives that testified just happened to ride by. It's like, it's so personal to them. And, it's such a bizarre case. They'll never forget it. But like, I have to say, every single detective on that stand, you could tell it wasn't just their job. Their hearts were in this case. Their heart bled for these victims. And I was just so impressed that they didn't try to stifle it. If they felt like they wanted to get emotional, they got emotional.
Yeah.
And that was powerful for the jury because, these are people that do this for a living, and they see crime scenes all the time. And then you see trials where it's hard to testify, obviously, but it's not getting choked up. And so that just spoke to the enormity of what they saw. But there are several, you can tell. This will be one that will haunt them beyond anything else for the rest of their lives. And my hearts go out to them and the jury too. There were a couple of jurors that just couldn't look. They would glance to do their civic duty to look at the evidence, but then would just, the ones that JJ were, to see the progression of the unwrapping with all the duct tape. And then with Tylee to see that melted green bucket. And then you had that mass of flesh that we could see. And then the description of we could only stay down 2 minutes because the smell was so bad. And we tried to pick it up and it fell apart. And it's trigger warning. I'm sorry, but it's what they did to these kids. And, just to think like with JJ, sweet JJ, autistic, trusting, the one thing I've heard about JJ, he loved his mother.
Yeah.
He was like little boys. He adored his mom. And to think like in the last few minutes of his life, to think here are two, I think Lori was there. I think she helped do some of these things to him, at least bind him. Man, can you imagine? Like the last thing you're thinking is these people that love me and take care of me are doing this to me. And then with Tylee, we never heard a cause of death, but I kind of theorized maybe the same. You go in at 2-3 in the morning. That's when his phone was over there. And if she's asleep, Tylee was adult size. She was not 7, she could have fought back a bit. And I do think that maybe perhaps Tylee was bound as well.
Yeah.
Just to do what they were going to do. But I was surprised there was no drugs in their systems. I really had thought they had drugged the kids or something. And the one small level of what essentially is the date rape drug that was found in JJ is actually naturally occurring in decomposition. And that was a liver sample and it comes from the liver. Tylee had ibuprofen and just normal stuff. And just that adds another layer to it because if it happened and you just hope that they weren't aware, but to find that out was devastating too. Just to know that they likely were very much aware of what was going on.
Yeah.
Just so bad.
Well, any other questions that you saw or anything that I missed? I can't see nothing. But any other questions that you saw?
Oh yeah, Carmen said he did have GHB, but it was a trace amount, and it wasn't any amount that they felt contributed to his death. Or, they can't say for sure, but really there was no indication that anybody was drugged.
Yeah.
GHB can come in just through the decomposition process naturally. So they felt that's kind of what was the case there.
Yeah.
Just looking through too.
I had one more thing. There was an exchange that happened between John Thomas and I don't remember who the guy's name. You know what I'm talking about, right, Brandy? You know where we're going with this? It was the entire it was the entire conversation where he said, "We just have to take your word for it." And the guy says, "Well, what are you basing your stuff off of?" And he's like, "Well, movies. What are you basing your stuff off of?" And he's like, "My knowledge." Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, it was because the witness was like, "Well, that's scary."
Yes.
He's like, "That's scary." I think that was an investigator, I believe, or maybe was it a medical examiner?
The medical examiner, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was the one who did the autopsy on JJ's body.
That's right.
So he was saying, so there was no plastic in his nose. He's like, no, he didn't die from plastic in his nose.
That's
he died
right.
from lack of air. And he's like, so you didn't swab for plastic in his nose? He's like, no, why would we ever swab for plastic in his nose? And he's like, well, I'm just going based on what I've seen in movies. And he's like, that's scary. I was like, oh, yes. Yes. That was such a quick,
what you watching, man?
Such a quick response, but
but hey, they I think their job was to make sure her constitutional rights were protected, and that's kind of where it ended with them,
and they did that.
They did they did the best they could. Like I said, the one thing that will always stick out to me is Larry Woodcock shaking the hands of the defense attorneys after verdict and saying it was a job you had to do, and that's just how Larry are. Annie Cushing, I met her and her beautiful daughter. They were there some in the beginning. Annie has not felt well. She's been sick. But man, just to watch them cry, looking at these pictures and stuff, and it does something to you.
Yeah.
To see, because, the thing sometimes I think the true crime community is amazing about is support for the family. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, sometimes the true crime community can be vicious towards victims' families.
Yes.
Yeah. And, it's, but I think in this case, a lot of people have just rallied around these people, and they're all great people. And you think about it, Annie lost Joe, she lost Tylee, Kay lost Charles, she lost JJ. And then you think about the living victims in the wide net, the friends of the kids, the teachers of the kids, people that went to church with Tammy's students. It's like you look at the devastation just away from the families too. Like, it's just so far reaching, and it's just unbelievable. And I listen, I'm not going to be surprised if we don't find out there's more stuff we don't know that just kind of trickles out over time.
Yeah.
They did a lot. You think about, they met in November of 2018. Mm-hmm. By October 19th of 2018, everybody was dead. So in 12 months, you look what they did.
Yeah.
4 people dead, just insanity.
Yeah. That's one of the things that we went over we did like a little history lesson to kind of give like a background of this stuff before we started covering it, because it's so complex. So just going into it, especially with no video, was impossible. So that's one of the things we were talking about too. This happened fast.
Oh yeah. Somebody asked, did Lori's mother ever come to court? No, she never had one person there supporting her. None. Summer stayed a bit after her testimony, but I think things got graphic, so she chose to leave. Lori's mom was in town and was spotted at the Trader Joe's downtown. That was when Colby and Summer were close to being on the stand, but she never came to the courtroom.
Gotcha.
And if you watch Sins of Our Mother, they're going through pictures and she's like, we're keeping them, but we don't want to look at these right now. Right. And, it looked like Tylee loved her grandma. And so, their burden's heavy too. The family's got some history there for sure.
Yeah.
Her dad didn't think he had to pay taxes and wrote a book about not paying taxes. But still at the end of the day, it's a huge loss for everybody. And Laura, sweet Laura, can we just talk about how amazing Laura is? She said, I want everyone to know how sweet Summer Shiflett is. She is an amazing woman. And I adore her. I met her briefly. Her pain was so evident. I saw her in the hallway crying. I saw her in the restroom wiping her eyes. And I would love to talk to Summer, to be honest. She was tortured on that stand and in that call. Yeah, I agree. Summer was, and then you think about it, Kay up there with Lori looking at her. Everybody who got up there from the family did an amazing job. Yeah. They were the voices for these victims. And I'm just so proud of everybody. They got up there and did their thing. Colby too, Colby, he's lost everything.
Yeah.
He's got, his kids, but he's lost everything.
Yeah.
So, you could tell he really loved his siblings.
Yeah. When she laughed on that jail call with Colby, I wanted to come through this computer screen. I just, because hearing the pain in his voice, and then she laughed, and I was so, oh my gosh, that was one of the moments that
it was an evil laugh. It wasn't like it was, but you think about it with Summer and Colby on the call, it was always kind of a, you don't understand. I'm higher than you. I have a better understanding of why we found your siblings in my new husband's backyard. Still you see that sort of the pain in Colby's voice and her laughing like that. It's not about her kids. It's about her.
Yeah.
I'm better than you. I'm exalted. And, and y'all, one funny thing before we end, because every morning they would fire something up in that courtroom. And it sounded very Star Wars, Star Trek, and I was like, so every day I'd turn and say, they're booting up the portal's getting, because it was like this. If anybody in the chat was in the courtroom, you'll know what I'm saying, but it was funny. Everybody kind of giggled because we all were thinking the same thing.
Yeah. I've had internet problems, and every time my internet was, because they just installed the fiber optic, whatever internet for me yesterday. So I've been having internet problems in and out. And every time my thing would freeze, or I would disappear or something, and it would drop me, I would come back and all the chat was like, "Oh, Brandon got lost in the portal. Portal came and got Brandy."
Right? Yeah.
We have all the portal.
It was just funny. There was a couple of times, even I think that even Judge Boyce a couple of times kind of giggled.
Yeah.
But Laura Ferris was amazing to Kay and Larry. By the way, I just want to put that out there.
Yeah.
And just a beautiful human, and just somebody I'm so proud to know.
Yeah.
So
we love her here.
She's amazing.
We love her. Yeah.
She's great. Yeah. And and I've said this before on other podcasts too, but the beauty, is there's beauty to be found in such sadness. And some of that are the connections that you make with people you would never make otherwise. Yeah. And although we wish we would have never had to meet under these circumstances, I know for the families, they've met people who are going to be lifelong support and friends for them. And so, I kind of think that's the work of these up here in some roundabout way, that these beautiful relationships are born out of such evil. And so when something good can come out of something so ugly, I always like to talk about that too.
Yeah.
Well,
we all appreciate you so much, and thank you so much for coming on. And
I had a blast, you guys. Thank you so much. I'll come on anytime.
Yes, we would love it. And thank you so much too for just advocating for the victims, making sure that you're, honoring them and telling their stories the way that you do that for them, because you tell the true crime part of it, but you do it in such a way that honors them so much, and that matters a lot to me. So we love that. We appreciate it. Oh, Laura.
Laura, I'm gonna give you a big hug right now. Yeah, it's true. And it's not about us, it's about them. And it's about telling their story, but that's not their story. What happened to them is not their story. Their story is so much bigger. And but thank you for having me on anytime, man. I'll come hang out with you guys. I love it. You guys are fun.
Thank you so much.
Oh, hold on, Amos. Amos said, Gigi, Armad, not a drama llama, which I love the name. It's fangirl.
I tell you what, man, that name right there alone. Hey, Mod, get with them. Shoot me a message. I'll send her a sticker.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Not a drama llama.
Right,
I mean, that name, you getting a sticker, girlfriend. or boyfriend. I don't know. Not a drama llama. I don't know if you're a boy or girl, but fangirling. But hey, girlfriend, you're going to get a sticker for that one.
We'll connect. We'll make it work.
Please do. Well, thank you guys so much. And to all your
Thank you.
listeners, I appreciate all the good questions and the kind comments. Like, they mean the world, really. They do.
Thank you so much. Y'all wave through your portals. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Hey, if your portal works, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee. Okay.
There you go.
All right.
All right. Bye, Gigi. Thank
We'll
you.
see you guys. Thank you so much.
Bye. That was great.
I love her so much. I love her so
wonderful.
much. Yeah, she's awesome. I love that, she does such a good job, like I was saying, of, honoring the victims and talking about who they were as people, not, like she said, not just what happened to them. So we love her so much. We're so excited that we had her here. There are some things that we missed because we were wrapped up in conversation. Let me go back because there were a few things.
I
Holly
have 'em.
Berry. Oh, good. Okay.
Have 'em. Wait, there was something with Holly Berry?
Holly
Berry?
Holly Berry sent us a super sticker.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Laura Ferris, I think we saw Laura Ferris. I think you are just the sweetest thing in the world. We love you so much. We got Polly Prissy Pants. There were some gifted memberships too.
I have them. I wrote them down as it was happening.
And I just go to the start thing. You're way.
That works too. And I also have the people that they were awarded to. Ha ha.
You're way more organized than I am. You're so good.
You were focused on the interview, and I was too. But I was, you were asking the questions, and I was a wonderful observer. So Ricky has given a total of 10 memberships while that was happening. Thank you, Ricky.
Thank you.
It went to Tash, Distance, JDR. I'm gonna try and read my handwriting here. Terry and Misty Bricker, which I love. The other 5 went to Dumplings Grammy. I like it either way. I'm gonna mess this up. Shoban, is that right? I might say that wrong. You can correct me in the chat. Anna Wrigley, Sadistic Squid, and Oh Snap Sharon. Amy also gifted 5 memberships, and those went to Cajun Kate, Kate, AI, Psychic, and Susan Duncan. And then Carmen gifted a membership to, I don't know what I was writing here. Dane. I'll find it. I'll find the name. I'll find it. It starts with a D. But you all grab yourselves a cup of Kool-Aid with a C and an E, because of lawsuits, and pull up your juror's chair or portal, whatever tickles your fancy. We're pretty flexible here, so
yes. So happy with her. Okay, so we have a couple things to take care of. We have a poll to do. I'm going to put it up now, and I'm going to leave it up for a while so that everybody makes sure that they have a time or have time to answer. I'm going to start a poll. And while I'm doing this, because I can't talk and type at the same time, you want to explain what the poll is?
Yes. So if you've heard over the past couple of days, we've been talking about how this evening show is going to change just a little bit. It's going to go to Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It is still going to start at 8:45. It is going to be called Nightcourt. Ha ha ha! Nightcourt. And I look forward to kind of branding it and adding a new video and all that kind of stuff. And so basically for Nightcourt, what we're going to, I say basically, not really basically, but what we're going to do is we're going to do throwback trials. And these trials, they just have to be available as much in their entirety as possible. And so if you have suggestions, you can submit the throwback trials. And if you have a link, that's great too. But you can submit them through the website at 13thjuror.live. That's very helpful to me. However, we are going to start our trials, our first one on Monday. And so we would like to at least get a little bit of feedback from you in terms of what you're interested in. And so we have 4 choices up here. We have O.J. Simpson, Jodi Arias, Michael Peterson, who is the staircase killer, or it was the owl. Either way, whatever you're up to, or Phil Spector. And so those 4 are up there for you all to kind of give us a little idea of what you might be interested in. And if we don't go with the one that everybody's interested in right away, at least I have an order here, and I think I know where this is headed. Um, we'll let that go for a while, and we'll see kind of where we
Am I allowed to
sit at.
vote? I get to vote, right? I'm gonna vote.
I don't know. You set it up. I don't think you get to vote.
Dang it!
It's okay. You can text me.
It won't let me
We had a
vote.
couple. I have a longer list, but I wanted to give these four. It's interesting in terms of like what's available, what's not available. I would love to do something very classic, and there are some, right? There are some, like there is Ted Bundy's trial, but I can't find it in its entirety unless you all have a connection with something. But if you're okay with doing clips and videos, kind of, you know, a few at a time, we'll try and get them in order. Yes.
Mhm.
Spoiler alert.
Okay, so that one's out.
Well,
Sure.
no,
I'm just
I
joking.
do
They're
have.
we all know we know how they all end, but
I definitely have. I didn't put Dahmer up right away because right now we have that Netflix thing that came out, and it spurred a lot of contention and discontent with how they went about producing that. And so I'm kind of putting a hold on Dahmer right now. That kind of takes you behind the curtain to my thought process, but I don't want to re-victimize the victims. I don't want to re-victimize anybody. However, that is a scab that has just been ripped open for them, and I'd like to give that just a little bit of time. You know, but some of these cases are going to take us a while. OJ there's like 400 videos. So
yeah.
Oh,
So Michael
Peterson
is the staircase where this one is interesting, and there's documentaries about this one as well that are very interesting. This is the one where he says he fell asleep in the backyard by the pool where he and his wife were having drinks. He woke up and came inside, and she had fallen down the stairs and died. When they came and looked, I guess there was way more blood around there than they thought should be for falling down the steps. And they thought he may have killed her. And then it turns out that his first wife also apparently
died in the same fashion
from falling down the steps.
Yep.
So he was tried for her murder. And there was the same expert who came and gave the explanation for Murdoch is the one who is the expert who came and testified here and said that that she did not fall down the stairs, that an owl attacked her, and that's how she fell down the stairs.
And then I'm writing some of these other suggestions down. The reason why I'm so interested in the Michael Peterson trial is really my only exposure to it is the Netflix documentary, The Staircase. And I know for a fact the documentaries kind of pick and choose, and, you know, they put out their narrative. And so I'm interested to see the trial, like itself, the actual trial. And so that's something that I'm interested in too. We had a suggestion for Chandler Halderson. I can't even read the thing that I just wrote down. My handwriting is actually usually good. Yes, somebody just mentioned Menendez brothers. They are on my list. I know that there is another channel that's covering them right now. I also know that, just like OJ, I'm not afraid of commitment, but there's certain things that I'm willing to commit to right away. Teresa, we're gonna look to find a way to grab the video of Scott Peterson. If you have a link or any connection there, let us know. But we're gonna try and find a way. Brandon and I were just talking about that before we started. We know that there were cameras in the courtroom, but it's a matter of finding all of that stuff. So that is where the majority of my work will be, in finding things.
Yeah.
Betty Broderick. Gail says Betty Broderick. I'll write that.
Oh, that would be a good one. That would be a really good one. I wonder, was that one? I wonder if they had cameras in
that wasn't one that was on my list. And so you all know, Baby Bear said Charles Manson. I've seen Charles Manson's parole hearing, maybe. I haven't seen his actual trial stuff. The reason why I'm so excited about this is for the past 4 years, I've done a series of podcasts. If you don't know, there's 4 of them now currently. But I always do kind of older trials or older cases, and so that's something that I'm passionate about, and I'm excited to bring this to you all, and you all seem very passionate about it too. Teresa, Casey, Anthony is on our list. We have done so many things recently. We've all experienced so many trials with crimes against children. I want to give it a little bit of time and give everybody a little breather. But she is most assuredly on the list. Absolutely. And let's see. Yeah, Menendez brothers. Some stuff came out. About the Menendez brothers recently, and I think they're thinking it might lead to a retrial. Is that what? Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
There's a new. I think it was on Peacock or something. There's a new documentary out. I had it on the other day, which is actually what kind of got me thinking about this whole throwback trial thing, because JT and I were talking, and to cover with me now doing daytime stuff too, to try to keep 2 current trials going all the time is a lot. So we were talking about the Menendez brothers documentary that I was watching is actually what kind of got me thinking about, how cool would it be to, for us to all be able to experience some of these infamous trials together as, our little trial community, because, it's like JT said earlier, like we only get what the documentaries give us. And if there's anything I've learned covering trials and going through all this stuff and actually watching it, they don't get it right. They will skew things, or leave things out, or, even the documentary on the Murdaugh stuff, on Netflix, great documentary, but it wasn't all accurate. So, I want to be able to go back and watch some of these based on what evidence was actually presented as opposed to what they told us.
I don't know if I'm willing to have OJ on, but maybe I would be.
I'm going to tweet him right now.
Watch. You can tweet him right now?
I'm going to tweet him right now.
Don't tweet him unless we're going to do OJ first, because
we'll do him. If OJ says it, we're going to do it, because I'm a blonde chick and I don't want just okay. OJ, the real OJ Simpson.
The real OJ Simpson. Make sure he has the little thing by his name, because he's real, not anymore. Could be anybody. Right. You guys have a lot of wonderful suggestions here.
I love how we get Gigi, and now all of a sudden I'm like, yeah, I'm going to hit up OJ. Be like, what's up, OJ Simpson? Just come on out.
Yeah, why not? We'll let him. Yeah, we'll let OJ come on, and he can sit there and just tell us what he thinks about everything that's happening. Did he chime in on Murdaugh? He probably did. He's going to do anything. I guess OJ had commentary on Alex Murdaugh. I almost said it.
Yeah,
Alex.
right before the sentencing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we will. Carmen said you're going to have a 60-second delay and 45 mods. We do have enough trial suggestions for yours.
Y'all,
if my mama finds out, Simpson alone.
If my mama finds out, I'm sending OJ Simpson a message right now saying, "Hey, you want to come on our podcast?" My mama would drive over here and whoop my fanny. Let's see.
Yeah, and like anything that you guys have for us, we are constantly looking for new ideas and things. So if you go to the website and kind of do a contact, if you have suggestions for guests, if you have suggestions for whatever, send it our way. So, all right.
Maybe I should follow him.
So we'll let that keep going.
Y'all don't mind me, I'm just over here.
Appeal to his. Yep. Okay, so the next thing that I think we're talking about is what? We're talking about the babysitter trial, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, I can't type and talk at the same time. Go ahead. I'm tweeting OJ. Don't mind me. I'll be there in a second.
Teresa's got me covered. Zieler. Yes. So Zieler, there were not many days to this trial, as I think we all probably know. We're all pretty in the know in terms of what's going on, in particular. However, So I just kind of want to do a quick sum up on day 2, and then we're gonna watch a few things from day 3 because there was some stuff that's quite fascinating in day 3. Yes, he is horrible. So on day 2, Charles Richards, who is Lisa Story's boyfriend, testified about their relationship, saying that her death broke his heart. A forensic serologist testified to the forensic samples, and crime lab analysts testified that DNA profile of sperm found on the bed sheets and pillowcase didn't match the standards submitted. A juror was removed from the case after repeatedly falling asleep during testimony. That's fun. That probably would have been me. There was a video of police interrogating Zieler, and that's where he says that he had a motorcycle accident and can't remember anything from the time surrounding the murders. Convenient. He denies knowing and meeting Robin. And then eventually Zieler's defense attorneys filed an objection and alleged evidence tampering after hairs were potentially missing from folded paper and evidence. Prosecutors said that much of the evidence had been consumed during testing and that there was no evidence of tampering. And I believe that was denied because it continued. So day 3 began with an analyst testifying to DNA testing in the cold case trial. And what we're going to push forward with actually is the defendant's ex-girlfriend testifying. And it's a little lengthy, so we're going to see kind of how things go. And we obviously know that, we know what channel we're on for this. And we also know that they like their commercials. So, let's see. What are we going to do here? I'm trying to think of the best way to go about this. Oh, hey, look. There we are. Just going to have to go right there. And let's get started with this. I'm interested to see kind of where this goes. So here we go. This is Zieler's ex-girlfriend.
Forward to the mic and make sure and pick up your responses. Thank you. Tell us your name, please.
Bonnie Nicely,
Would you spell your last name for our court reporter?
Knicely.
Ms. Nicely, could you tell us about your relationship with the defendant, Joseph Zeiler?
I was in a relationship with him for 26 years.
Do you recall when you met?
Yes.
And do you recall when it was specifically?
It was the last week in May, right after Memorial Day, 1990.
The end of the month in
May of
90?
1990.
Do you recall where you met?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was at a bar called Bumper Shoots. It was at the corner of Vizcaya and Del Prado.
So is that in Cape Coral, Florida?
Yes.
After you met, well, strike that. At the time you met, where were you living?
In South Cape at Chiquita and Cape Coral Parkway.
You know where the defendant was living or staying at that time?
When I met him, no, but after the fact, yes. After we spoke and
So after you first met him after Memorial Weekend, and did you begin to date him?
yeah, see him, I should say.
Okay, you began to see him. And during the weeks that followed that, did you find out where he resided?
Yeah, he was staying at first he was staying at this storage shelter off Vizcaya, and then he got a sailboat and was living on that at Marina Town within that 2-week period.
And in case the jury doesn't know, where's Marina Town?
It's in North Fort Myers, right over the Caloosahatchee Bridge and right off of Hancock, left off of Hancock.
You know where he was working at that time, if he was?
Yes.
Where was he working?
He was working at South Seas Catamaran in the Vizcaya Industrial Park in Cape Coral.
This is Cape Coral, Florida.
Park, is that just on the south side of Vizcaya? And is it, first question, I don't want to make a compound question. It's south of Vizcaya?
Yes.
And is it west of Del Prado?
Yes.
And in that area, were there a number of businesses, car businesses, boat businesses, industrial?
Yeah, it
environment?
was industrial park, yes.
Do you know that industrial park is basically 2 blocks away from the North Courtyards complex condo?
Yes, I do know that.
Did he have a vehicle at that time, the defendant?
No, he didn't.
You know how he got around?
He had a bicycle.
Would he ride the bicycle to your home that you described near Chiquita?
Yes.
Did there come a point in 1990 where you began residing together
Yes.
at your apartment or at the sailboat?
My apartment.
And since that time, have you made, let me strike that and phrase the question better. Between 1990 and August of 2016, did you and him from that time forward live as a couple?
Yes.
During that time, did you move to different locations from the home you had at Chiquita and what was the other road?
Chiquita and Cape Coral Parkway.
Cape Coral Parkway, okay. And what would be the next place you moved to as a
We
couple?
moved out into North Fort Myers off of Tucker and Marks.
And do you have an idea of when that was that you moved out there?
I'm going to say between 92 and 93.
And was that a rented or purchased home?
It was rented.
Did you stay in that home through 2016 or did you move
No,
again?
we moved again.
And where did you move next?
We moved into a houseboat that his parents gave us.
And do you recall what year that might have been?
'94 or '95. I'm not really quite sure. My youngest son was in elementary school.
And around that time, well, how long did you stay in the houseboat?
I want to say it was probably within a year or two, 1 or 2 years.
Okay, so where did you go next from the houseboat as far as living?
We rented a home in North Fort Myers.
From North Fort Myers to the houseboat, then back to North Fort
Yes.
Myers? Okay. And was there a traffic accident that the defendant was involved in 1998?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He was hit on his motorcycle going to work on Pine Island Road and Exora in North Fort Myers.
You know where he worked on Pine Island Road?
He worked at Marine Concepts.
And you said he was hit by what?
A vehicle.
And did that require hospitalization?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the injuries he sustained?
Yes.
What were they?
He had I can't really remember what leg it was. I want to believe it was the left. He had a serious fractured left leg and a massive wound on the foot, and he had a closed head injury.
You lived with him then after that traffic crash, after the motorcycle crash from 1998 to 2016 in the same home, right?
The accident, we were in one home.
Well, I mean, whether you moved again or not.
Yeah, but we were together.
You were always together.
Yes.
And during those, 18 years, I think that would be about 18
Mhm.
years. How did he recover from those injuries?
Well, just basic recovery for the fracture. It's just normal healing, and he didn't really do anything after that. He didn't go to any type of head doctors or anything. He just went to the lawyers and got his settlement and then got on disability.
So was there a legal settlement from the crash where he was awarded some money?
Yes.
You recall how much it was?
I think it was 100,000, but after he got, everything was taken out, it was maybe 34,000 after the lawyer fees and everything.
Was it enough money that you could, or he or you both could turn around and purchase a home at that time?
It was his money and he purchased a home.
Where was that home?
That was in North Fort Myers on Byron Avenue.
Now, did he see lawyers to apply for Social Security based on?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I got to finish the question for the court reporter. So sometimes you know what I'm going to ask you.
I'm sorry.
And it's just easier for her if she gets my full question and your full answer. But thank you.
Mhm.
So my question was, did he see lawyers to get to file a Social Security claim based on injuries from that crash?
Yes, sir.
And was he awarded Social Security?
Yes.
And how were you involved in that process, if you were?
I was involved because he claimed he couldn't handle his own finances, and I then became his representative in handling the financial payout monthly.
Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
That's okay.
What did you end with?
I became his representative because he stated through the Social Security lawyers that he was unable to maintain his finances and handle paper.
And living with him for the 18 years we're talking about between the crash and 2016. And I'm using 2016 because you're familiar with him being arrested in August of 2016.
Yes.
Not related to this case, though.
No.
And during those 18 years, did he really have trouble with his finances, or could he do those with you?
He knew what he was doing.
Did he have, in fairness, some problem with short-term memory after the closed head injury?
I was really hoping that.
I believe he
problem would
had
be different.
some, but not to the extent that he states.
Okay. So when we talk about his memory, I'm going to refer to those 18 years a little bit longer. During those 18 years, do you have any doubt that he remembers during those years the details of that motorcycle crash?
Yes, he remembers.
Was he able to read and write during those years?
Yes.
Was he able to, in dealing with you and your family and people you both knew, did he ever show an inability to remember where he had worked prior to the motorcycle crash?
No.
I mean, he knew he worked on boats at different places in Cape Coral.
Yes.
Oh, there's those varicose veins again. Everybody loves those.
Y'all get your votes in because I'm about to close the poll. So last chance to vote for our first throwback trial. Going. Gone.
God.
So it looks like Jodi Arias is number 1, followed by my new BFF OJ Simpson.
All right. Well, Jodi it is.
Jodi, unless OJ writes me back, and then we got to go with OJ because I'm scared not to. But I shouldn't be allowed to drink and tweet. So
Jodi it is.
Jodi it is. That's our new one. Our new old one.
All right. Awesome. Well, sugar. That's what we'll do. I think the next question that I have for everybody, this is the longest video we have tonight. It is an hour and a half long. Now, we can watch all of his girlfriend.
I'll do
We've
another
seen her.
poll.
She exists. Or we can move straight on to his testimony, because that's the next one that I have. And Brandy's going to put up a poll real quick. We like you guys to kind of have a call in this. It's not that she's not important, and it's not that her testimony is not important. We just also want to be very cognizant of the fact that it's a Friday night for everybody. So
How long
So
is
Brandy's
how
gonna.
long is hers?
Hmm?
Hers is like
Hers
hour and
is
a
an
half.
hour and a half. Yeah, and his is like looks like it's like 14 minutes. But again,
His is explosive.
remember that channel that shall not be named, not Voldemort this time, likes to cut things funny. So we're gonna watch as much as we can. It it is Buffy, but it's a choose your own adventure. It sure is. We like to give you
I
guys a
love
little.
that.
We have the ability to do that right now. There is a poll that just popped up. So yeah. The chat will be completely blank, or a bunch of you did it if he came on here.
It'll just be a bunch of football fans like, hey, you know.
I've got there's a couple comments about upping the speed. I can't. It's not like YouTube where I can change the speed.
We
I
sure
wish it was.
We sure wish.
I wish that they left things on YouTube.
Yeah.
But they sure don't. They surely don't. Oh, Shireen said, can we flip him, do him, and then maybe come back to her? That's possible. We can do him. I also have the judge's admonishment of him, so you know it's going to get spicy. I have closing arguments as well as the verdict reading too. So
I am not going to be able to hang out all night. I streamed today and I'm exhausted.
Mhm.
I do want to see his.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Pam. And the judge's admonishment, if we want to do those, and then
Okay.
because it looks like right now about 70% are saying skip to his.
Okay.
So if we want to do that, and then like I said, you can kind of figure it out with everybody after that what next step is. But I would love to see those before I have to sign off.
Okay.
And I would love to stay all night, but I streamed court since early this morning and I am so tired.
So tired. Well, if everybody's good with that, then we can do that. And by everybody, I mean, well, yeah, we're gonna skip. All right. I think this is the beginning of this. They give me 14 minutes, and then they give me 9 minutes, and then they give me the admonishment. So, Suzanne says her testimony is important. We will go back to it for sure. All right. Let's go ahead and obviously that channel has all made us worry about our varicose veins.
I know, right?
So here we go. Here we go. All right.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I don't.
Sorry, Melissa.
Mr. Shirley, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please tell the jury your name.
Joseph Adam Zeiler?
Are you the defendant in this case?
Yes.
May I approach?
Approach.
Mr. Zeiler, let me show you what's been previously identified as our Exhibit A. Can you tell me what that exhibit is?
That's a picture of me and my son who's clutching my back, and my cousin, one of two twins, Danny,
How old are you in that picture?
26.
What color hair do you have in the
No.
picture?
Hold on, let me think about that. How old I was, sorry. I guess I'll say 26. I have a problem with Bates.
What color was your hair?
Same color I was born with, very, very dark brown.
Okay, have you always had that color hair?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what's been previously identified as our Exhibit B. Do you recognize that exhibit? Is
Yes,
that a photograph?
yes,
You recognize the person in the photograph?
yes.
Who is that?
That's my older brother, Robert Joseph Zeiler, who I was raised with, but I believe he's my half brother. We'll get to that in a minute.
Okay. I'd like to have these admitted in evidence, please. No objection. Yeah, publish it to the jury.
Hold on. Defense A and B are admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Rather than pass them, I'll just let you look. Do you have any other brothers?
Yes, I have a brother, Steve. He was 5 years older than me, but he died, I believe, about 2008.
And obviously you have a father.
Well, I really don't know who my father is because, of course, I was born with very dark brown hair, and my brothers were born with light sandy hair, and my mother kept that secret, I guess, for her own safety.
Okay. Back in 1990, when this event occurred, where did your brothers reside?
Well, both my brothers were here in December of '89
All right, stop. Where's here?
in Florida.
Okay, where in Florida?
Oh, Cape Coral.
Okay, did they live in Cape Coral?
Yes, they were working on the Cape Coral Hospital as block mason and laborer.
Okay, and was your father, or the person that may be your father, was he living down here then?
Yes.
Where was he working?
I believe he wasn't working. He was living on a houseboat in Marina Town, but I believe he was retired from working.
From where?
Well, he didn't leave voluntarily. He was arrested in Cape Coral driving the Cape Coral squad car.
Was he a member of the Cape Coral Police Department?
Yes, sir. He was like the fourth member down from chief of police. He was the shift commander of the Cape Coral Police Department.
All right, let me ask you a couple of
Why does he
questions.
look like a walrus?
Where were you born?
I was born in
I am the walrus. Goo goo
Little
gadoo.
Company of Mary Hospital in Evergreen Park, Illinois.
How long did you live in Illinois?
I lived in Illinois until I was 16, and my parents, I call them my parents because I'm so used to calling that man my father, so I will slip up once in a while, but the man I believed was my father at that time forced me to move down here with him and my mother because my mother wanted me to finish high school.
Okay, so you and your mother and the person that may be your father moved to where down here?
We moved to Parkwood Estates was our first residence, which is central Fort Myers by Pagefield.
Okay, how long were you in Florida?
One second. Well, I've on and off, back and forth. So from Florida to Illinois, so I mean, at least a half a dozen times.
Were you ever a resident of the state of Maryland?
Yes, I was.
All right, and back in 1990, were you registered as a driver in the state of Maryland?
Yes, I was.
Oh, has your hair ever been light?
No, never.
Do you know Jan Cornell?
No, I don't know Jan Cornell.
Do you know Lisa Story?
No,
Do you know Robin Cornell?
no.
There was another name that was mentioned
Like
during
Jabba, but in the caffeine.
the questioning. Leanne Deller?
No, all them names I read in my discovery, and that's how I became aware of them names.
The liver. Everybody, are you worried about your liver? Well, don't be.
I'm too worried about my varicose veins. Worried about my liver.
Such an inflammatory advertisement.
Why does he look like a walrus though? What's that walrus guy that wears the suit? You know what I'm talking about?
A walrus
Nice,
guy that
sir.
wears the suit.
Is that just something I made up? Is that something that in my like?
Are you talking about the guy like from Alice in Wonderland who wears the suit and the oysters follow him? And time has come to talk of many things. That one.
I have no idea. I'm gonna Google it. I'll know it if I see it. I'm gonna Google it.
Let me know. Like the walrus in The Carpenter, or the guy from The Office. Oh no, he doesn't look like. Don't put that on him. Don't put that on the guy from The Office. Wally the walrus. All right, we're gonna go back. I love you guys.
You saw photographs of the residence where this event occurred? You've been here during trial, haven't you, Mr. Zeiler?
Well, yes, I've been here during trial, but when the Cape Coral police interrogated me, they didn't show me the owner of the apartment.
Okay. I'm asking you now, have you seen photographs that were admitted into evidence depicting the scene of the event?
Yes.
Have you ever been in there?
No.
The walrus and the carpenter. That was it.
Now, you made phone calls after you were initially arrested for the event that occurred with Ms. Nisley's son. You made phone calls to her, did you not?
Yes, he's my son with her.
So are you the birth father of that child?
Yes. When he was born, Bonnie was still married to her first husband, so they put his name on the birth certificate, but I agreed to sign the paper to have it removed.
Okay. So do you basically raise that child as your own?
Yes.
The letter that you wrote to Bonnie that was read in court, you were making reference to somebody who was living in the house and who needed to go on.
Looks like
Who are those references about?
That's our son together, Zachary.
Okay. At any point in time in the letter, were you making any admissions to having committed this offense?
Zachary's offense?
No.
No,
The offense for which you're charged in this courtroom.
no, not at all.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to my altercation with my 26-year-old drunken son.
You made reference to something that happened in 1990. What was that?
I was arrested in July of 1990 because it was my son's birthday. That's how I remember my oldest son, Joey's birthday.
Can you imagine gearing up to go meet with him?
I had a pistol on board my sailboat. He was visiting me, and when I went across the street to go do some laundry, I didn't feel comfortable leaving the pistol on the boat with him. I was trying to be responsible, and I took the gun with me across the street to do some laundry, and while I was there, I stopped in a jewelry store to try to sell a couple items so I could buy him a birthday present.
He had his laundry in his hand, a bunch of stuff. He went to go sell it on his way to laundry.
Well, yeah. While I was there.
Well, without getting into all the events, is that part of your prior felony conviction?
Oh, yes.
All right. Back in May of 1990, were there any warrants out for you?
Yes, there was a warrant out for me in St. Mary County, Maryland, issued 5/29/90. That was the day that I left because they came to my work trying to find me, and my boss covered for me. I jumped on my motorcycle and I headed here.
All right. Was there a warrant for you out of Chicago issued in 1987?
Yes.
Did you make reference on either the phone calls or the letter to those warrants?
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about the stuff we talked about before.
Were you ever stopped in the state of Florida?
Yes, probably 4 or 5 times altogether, but only twice with Bonnie with me.
She recited that the time that you were stopped was much later on in your relationship. Do you recall when the first time you were stopped for the Chicago warrant?
The first time we were together, when we were stopped together, was at leaving Heavenly Pizza in North Fort Myers. We were driving her Jeep, and the police pulled us over, and they put me in the back of the squad car and held me for close to an hour and a half.
Did they release you?
Yes, but they told me at any time that the warrant was still active.
Sustained.
Excuse me?
What the police said.
Sustained. Move on.
But you were aware that that warrant is still active?
Yes.
Where were you? Let me
That
ask a different
glare
question.
is horrifying.
You heard the last state's witness testify with regard to some comments that you made while you were in the custody of the Cape Coral Police Department. Did you hear those?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry, yes.
All right, one of those comments was something about the death penalty. Why did you talk to the officer about the death penalty?
Well, I was being facetious because I knew that they arrested the wrong person.
Big word, sir.
Where were you on May 9th and 10th of 1990?
I was in Maryland.
And
This
Mr.
guy's
Zeiler,
had it.
You've heard experts testify in this case that they are convinced that at least one, if not all three, of the sites of semen or of other bodily fluid that were placed on the bed sheet, the pillow, and or the exterior of the young lady's genitalia was your semen. Is that possible?
No, it's not.
Judge, at this time, I
But I
have
won't
no
tell you
further
why.
questions. Mr. Zeiler may want to address the jury.
It's not possible except for that it's 1 in 700 million or whatever.
Ending.
Well, I've reached that point based upon my discussion with the court.
I don't believe there's any rule that would allow Mr. Zeiler to just give a narrative without a question being proffered. If you've reached the end of your questions, I understand. He'll now be subject to cross.
All right. So let's see if this is the cross. I think this is the cross, actually. All right.
His voice is awful.
Go. It's terrible. It's terrible. Don't start a podcast.
The letter is coming, says Joseph Adam Zeiler at the top, and then there's more, but that's the first part.
Yes.
And what are the numbers 47492/835775
That's my ID number followed by my booking number.
at the Lee County Jail?
Yes.
And the address of 2115 MLK Boulevard, Main Jail, Fort Myers, 33901, that's where you're being housed.
Yes.
And that letter was addressed to who, sir?
J.G. Batista and family.
At what, well, who, did you address this envelope?
Yes.
And who was J.G. Batista and family?
I thought it was Jenny Gal Batista.
Oh, so you were trying to send this letter to Robin's sister then?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Yes. I was trying to send it to family, actually. So I guess I was trying to send it to everybody.
The whole Batista family?
Yes.
And in that particular letter, did you profess your innocence by claiming that it was a relative of yours that did this murder?
Yes, I was trying to defend myself because no one would listen to me.
Sir, it calls for a yes or no. Did you, in the letter, profess your innocence or allege your innocence by saying that a relative of yours had done these murders?
Yes.
Did you suggest, in addition to that, did you tell the people who this letter's addressed to that you slept with
Courtesy
Jan
of Lisa
Cornell, Janice,
Wilmot.
and a friend of hers in 1989, and therefore that's why your DNA is in the Courtyards North condominium?
Yes, I thought so because she didn't wash her sheets.
You know whether or not Miss Cornell washes her sheets?
How I got that is by the information I was given from you was discovery, and I thought that the only way my DNA could have gotten there was me sleeping with Jan Cornell and Leanne Deller.
Did you sleep with Jan Cornell and Miss Deller?
It's possible because I was here.
Well, now you were here.
I mean, I was here in December of '89. I testified to that earlier. And what I believe happened is I slept with Jan Cornell and Leanne Deller, and they were just too much of a pig not to wash their sheets.
He did not just call the victims.
And during your direct exam by counsel, your attorney, you indicate you'd never been in their condominium.
I'm speculating that the only way my DNA could have got in there is if I slept with them during December '89 while I was here for the month of December.
And then it would have to follow that your DNA would have...
He just said he was in Maryland, though.
Let me finish my question. If it was January, February, March, April, May of 1990, and then, well, okay, I don't want to make it a compound question. Your DNA would have still been there 5 months later.
Yes.
And that's because they're pigs and they don't wash their sheets, right?
Exactly.
You know that?
Oh, he
Well,
doubled down.
I assume that, just like you're assuming that
But just so the record's clear, when I said they're pigs and they wash their sheets, that's what you said.
absolutely.
All right. And sitting in jail, pending charges on this case, you thought that this was appropriate to send the 11-year-old who was murdered to mother?
Well, nobody would listen to me, so I was trying to defend myself. Can I speak?
No, sir. Wait for a question, please.
Oh, he can't control the
Yeah,
situation.
retreat.
He doesn't like this.
Approach with Exhibit 312.
312.
Take a moment to look at that letter, please. Was the previous exhibit admitted? Move to admit 311 if I didn't.
No objection.
311 is admitted.
Sir, on the second page, that which shows the envelope which was sent to, again, J.G. Batista and addressed from Joseph Adam Zeiler with the same numbers. Is that also a letter you wrote?
I concede I wrote all this.
And in this second letter, you told Jan Cornell, you directed this towards Jan Cornell, correct? And when you said this.
I can't say unless you show me the letter.
I am. I'm going to direct you to the page right now, page 3. So it's the page right after the envelope picture. On the second paragraph. Did you address to Jan Cornell the following? The only way, underlined, is to admit you possibly could have slept with me as a night encounter and you can't remember, you won't be sure, you won't retest. Did you?
Hold on a second.
Okay.
What?
I don't see Jan Cornell's name above that. You said Jan Cornell's name was there.
No, I said, who were you, I'll ask it this way. Who were you addressing when you made that statement? Is there someone else in the Batista family you slept with?
Let
According to you?
the witness answer the question before you ask another question, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes to what?
I don't know. Ask it again.
All right. I'm going to ask it open-ended. It's forbidden, right? A very open-ended question. When you made that statement in the letter, who were you directing that
Jan
to?
Cornell, I was trying to get her to ask to retest NB32A because it doesn't contain my DNA. I don't believe it is.
You've been sitting here for the last 2.5 days, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Did you hear the testimony of, who was it that retested?
Jim Pollock.
Of Jim Pollock. Was it Jim Pollock?
Jim Pollock, it was
No, the retest.
Beth Ortigan, Gigi Bellino,
All
all
right.
of them.
Well, the DNA witnesses, did you hear them say that they actually did retest NB32? That they actually took the sheet, recut another sample, and had another analyst do the same test? Did you hear that?
Yes.
So the retesting was done.
I believe FDLE is siding with the prosecution. Of course, they're going to say that.
Okay, and their opinion on that was that Jan Cornell was excluded from that DNA.
I don't think she was. I think that if it was listed, that's the reason I asked for it to be retested, because I don't believe that.
Now, if you flip the page for me and you go to the 4th page of this pack of that exhibit, and I'm going to ask you to look at the bottom. Did you also direct this to Jan Cornell? If you knowingly allow them to convict the wrong man out of spite and vengeance, I will drag this, parentheses, and you, Robin and Lisa, through appeals all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court in Washington, D.C.
Absolutely. I wrote that.
And did you also write on the next line, I'm innocent, I will prove it, no matter how long it takes. Do you really want the rest of your life spent in court?
Yes, I wrote that.
You're threatening then Ms. Cornell with what you're going to do. Should she not, what? What do you want her to do?
Well, she's calling me a rapist and a murderer, so what? I can't write.
Can't threaten
that.
people, no,
I
sir.
mean, she's calling me a rapist and a murderer, and I'm calling her a pig for not washing her sheets.
At what point in the 33 years has Ms. Cornell called you anything?
What do you mean?
At what point
Well,
did she?
why am I in court today? You're all trying to convince this jury that I somehow left blonde hair in Lisa
Honor,
Stewart's mouth and clutch
you asked the
in
defendant.
Robin Cornell's fist, because that's a piece of paper right here that
Mr.
they're trying to
Zeiler.
hide from you.
Mr.
Right here.
Zeiler.
I still see the body
Oh
of
my God.
your old
Mr.
Robin
Zeiler.
Cornell with the hand, with the hair of her killer,
The jury will step out.
the blonde hair.
Holy shit.
Here's the admonishment. Let's continue, shall we?
Mr. Zeiler, the effort you've made to introduce evidence that was not previously placed before the jury is an improper action by you, sir. The document has been handed to your counsel. When I ask you to respond to the questions that are given, that is not an invitation for you to give a narrative or a soliloquy or your entire personal belief about your prosecution. You have made yourself a witness in this matter, and as such, must comport with the rules of court. Do you understand?
Yes.
Is that in any way unclear?
Can I use the microphone?
Is that in any way unclear, Mr. Zeiler?
No.
I will ask counsel, did you have a discussion with Mr. Zeiler about the potential for contempt if there are further breaches?
No. Conversation about contempt related to whether he was going to testify when we came back before.
If you continue to act in this manner, I will have contempt proceedings. Is that clear?
Yes.
Bring the jury back in. Return the exhibit to the witness. That is 312.
Object.
312 is admitted.
Before the jury in the
I have never had to speak to a defendant like this, and I regret that you have put me in this position, Mr. Zeiler.
Judge is pissed. He's using his dad voice.
Juror's answering.
Please have a seat. State.
Your Honor, the statement of Exhibit 312 in evidence. Defense has no objection.
312 is admitted.
State has no further questions.
Redirect.
Yes, sir. Just a couple questions. Mr. Zeiler, were you down here in the Lee County area in December, January 1989?
I was here in December of 1989.
This is repetitive.
All right.
Outside the scope of cross.
Oh, he's getting them.
All right, were you part of a bar scene back then?
Yes,
All right. And did you experience sexual endeavors with several young ladies during that time?
yes,
And is it possible that Ms. Cornell and Ms. Lee and Deller were part of that?
yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Nothing further.
Sir, you may step down.
That went your way, didn't
Any further witnesses from the defense?
No, Your Honor, at this time, the defense would rest. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the defense having now rested, please return to the jury room.
And that's why you don't testify.
Oh, those chairs get around him quick.
What a surprising.
Nope. Wasn't surprising at all.
Okay, first of all, just if you're ever like on trial for murder, don't take the stand in your own defense. Don't do it. Do not do it. It's bad. But also,
Sorry.
also, if you're like an idiot like that dude, do it, because then we'll stream it and like make fun of you because you're an idiot. I can't believe he called the victim's mom a pig multiple times. How many times did he say pig? What was that, like five?
It was like 6.
5 or 6 times that he
Yeah.
called the victim's mom a pig.
For sure.
And then he's like, well, what? So she can call me a rapist and a murderer and I'm not allowed to threaten her? Yeah, she can call you a rapist and a murderer because you raped and murdered her child. But no, you don't get to threaten her over that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Mods, can we have that on the WTF? Like whatever time thing.
We'll get it. We'll get it for sure.
Because
Oh,
wow. Oh, Cajun Chloe says she gets back on the stand and she's not happy.
who gets back on the stand?
Cajun Kool-Aid said she gets back on the stand and she's not happy. The mom, I guess.
Oh, well,
Jan?
I wouldn't be
Jan?
happy either. They don't. I wish that they had a clip of mom. They don't. Of mom getting back on the stand, because of course they don't. Why would we
That is-
want to give everybody everything?
That is
I
insane.
should stop complaining.
That is insane. Okay, y'all, I am going to dip out. I am so tired. I started my stream at 8 o'clock this morning, and it is now 10:30 at night, and I am exhausted. So I'm going to dip out and let y'all finish, and I will catch the rest of it on the replay crew. But I'm excited to start our new and exciting night. I can't even form words. I'm so tired. I'm excited to start our new trial, our new throwback next week. And I look forward to seeing all of that. And I will see y'all for the WTF show Sunday evening. All right. I'm leaving. Bye, y'all. Night.
Bye. Oh, hi, everybody. It's good to see you. All right, let's get started. We're going to go back to the girlfriend's testimony. and push through on that one. It is a little longer, but apparently there's a lot of stuff that is revealed and things to happen. So here we go. Question mark? Yep. Here we go. Oh, would you look at that?
When
Thank you. Sorry, everybody.
When did you find out that he originally was
There was
from
an objection. That's all you
Chicago,
missed.
Illinois?
We're back.
Probably when we first got together.
After the motorcycle crash, is that something he didn't remember?
Are we
That he
back?
was
Can
from
you hear
Chicago?
it? It's still muted?
No,
Or we're
he-
good.
he knew
Okay,
where
we're
he
good.
was from.
Or how he got from Chicago to Florida, under what circumstances?
I'm pretty sure he knows that.
Is there any reason during those 18 years after the motorcycle crash and before the arrest in 2016, he doesn't remember living in Cape Coral off of Pelican
I have 100 screens up.
He knows where he
Give me a
lived.
break.
and off of the Cape and Chiquita address was yours?
Yes.
Okay. How about just in the year or two prior to 2016? So we're talking about 2014, 2015. Did he have a motorcycle at the house in North Fort Myers?
Yes.
Did he work on the motorcycle
Yes.
regularly?
When needed.
Don't go.
Did you meet his parents during the time you were together?
Yes.
You recall the last time they visited you as a couple before
It
2016?
was about 2 years before 2016.
During the 18 years between the motorcycle crash and the arrest in August of 2016, did he ever have trouble remembering their names?
No.
Super paper.
Did you meet other members of his family?
Yes.
Like who?
Early in the relationship, I met his brother Steve and all their children. They came down to visit his parents. I've met his other brother Bob. He came down a few times to visit. And that's pretty much it. As far as his brothers, he only had the two.
About cousins?
No.
Did he have a twin brother?
No.
Following his arrest in August of 2016, was he able to communicate with you from the jail by phone?
Yes.
In preparation of your testimony here today, did you review 3 recordings of jail calls that were made between the defendant, Joseph Zeiler, and yourself?
Yes.
May I approach?
Ooh, she can't really look at him either. Then again, I can't even look at him. He's on the screen.
Sir.
Exhibits 303, 304, and 305. Record. Showing you exhibit 303, which has not been admitted yet for identification.
He did blame his
303
dad
is
and
your
brother, right, or something
initials
like that.
and a date of 5/17/23 on that disc.
Yes.
Did you write that on the disc?
Yes.
When did you write that on the disc?
Last night.
When we went over these in preparation for today's testimony.
Correct.
Looking at exhibit 304. 304, do you also apply your initials and the date of 5/17/23?
Yes.
And exhibit 305, you put your initials BK and 5/17/23 there to show that you listened to these recordings, all 3, and you recognize them as the defendant's voice and your voice.
Yes.
And are they fair and accurate representations of the conversations that you had on the dates involved?
Yes.
Your Honor, there was a stipulation that I submitted to the court earlier in the trial, and this would be the time where I can ask for that stipulation to be read regarding these calls that were seen to the clerk.
I don't believe the calls have been admitted.
Well, I'll move to admit and then make that request. So statements to admit 303.
Gotta admit him first, man.
Objections are circuit with the same ruling. 303, 304, 305 are admitted.
Oh no,
Would
this,
you like
this was solved.
2.2 and 2.6 read at this time?
If we could do this stipulation
I see.
first, and then yes, I'd like those other ones read as well.
The Goonies reference is
No,
fantastic.
order. I had you-
If you meant that.
Judge, while she's searching for that, maybe we can start with the redactions instruction.
Hold on.
Ooh, somebody needs to oil that chair. Good grief.
I've got the stipulation on 305. You're asking me to read it?
Would you, with the language in front of the facts for which are stipulated?
The lawyers stipulate that the following will be read to the jury. When the lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are: Exhibit 303 is a call made from the Lee County Jail using the PIN number assigned to the defendant, Joseph Zeiler, placed on September 9th, 2016 at 6:01 p.m. Exhibits 304 and 305 are parts of jail calls made from the Lee County Jail using the PIN number assigned to the defendant, Joseph Zeiler, placed on September 15th, 2016 between 6:18 a.m. and 6:41 a.m. You're now asking for 2.2?
Yes, sir.
Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to and consider this evidence.
Oh, they're gonna play the calls.
Madam Clerk, I'll send
Oh,
this
it's a
to the
touchscreen. That's fancy. Somebody let New Hampshire know what's up.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the bailiff to assist us by handing out the transcript of Exhibit 303 at this time, and ask that.
Elige el mostrador cuando ordenes por anticipado en el app de Thanos y
That's not the region that I'm streaming this from. Not at all. Oh, love it. Yeah, this is so this is a cold case. It happened in 1990, but he was caught in 2016 when some DNA was tested after another issue that he was having. And well, would you look at that? He's on trial now. The wheels of justice, bit slow, but DNA, they got there, and that's what counts. That's what counts. You thought that was my voice? No, we're back.
You are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read.
Gesundheit? Was that a cough? I don't know.
That was the transcript for Exhibit 303. You hand out.
These are literally the only times my voice has ever been called deep. I'm a flippin' Muppet. But I appreciate you. For those of you who are joining, welcome to the first semi-episode of Nightcourt. More to come.
Bless you.
The state requests permission to publish Exhibit 303 at this time.
Publish.
Enter your six-digit ID number followed by. For English, press 1. Enter your six-digit ID number followed by. Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected.
That's a process, huh?
Hello, this is a call from
Joe.
an inmate at the Lee County Jail. To hear your payment options, press 0. To refuse this call, hang up or press. Please note that your account and any transaction you complete with GTL or any of its affiliates are governed by the terms of use and the privacy statement posted at www.connectnetwork.com. The terms of use and the privacy statement were most recently
ads.
revised on March 30th,
By the time they're over,
2015.
their minutes are gone.
The rate for calls from this facility
Good
is
grief.
22 cents per minute, plus taxes and surcharges. As an example, a 10-minute call would cost $3.39, plus taxes and surcharges. You will have up to 15 minutes of talk time. To pay for just this call for a fee of $1.19, plus the cost of the call, press 6 to $3.00. Please hold. Please hold while we make billing arrangements with the party that you called. This process may take up to 4 minutes. Please have your payment card ready. Please hold. Your card will not be charged if the call is not connected. To accept these charges and process this transaction, press 0. Please hold. Please enter your credit card number now.
Can you imagine them cutting it out and the defense saying, "But this isn't the entire call. I object."
Please hold. Please enter your 4-digit expiration number now.
Oh my gosh.
Please hold. Please enter the 3-digit security code from the back of it.
If they even pick up.
Enter the 5-digit
Don't they use Morse code
now,
still?
followed by the pound sign. Please hold. Please hold while we process your credit card payment.
Yeah.
Please hold.
Please hold. Please hold. Please hold.
Your card was charged successfully. This call is from a corrections facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using GTL. You there? Hey. Hey, listen, you got something to write on that console? Yeah, hold on. Give me a minute. I'm not going to get one.
It was the tapping of the number.
Real quick. We can't discuss anything about this on the call. Yeah. I know. All right. You got time? Yeah, let me get back to my chair. Hold on there. All right. All right, look, you can get a form at the jail on the MLK side. You go to the MLK side, go into the main lobby of the jail, and ask for a request to release my personal property. They'll let you fill it out, and then they'll send it up to me for me to sign, and then when they send it back down here, you come back the next day, they'll give you the wallet. Okay. All right, that's number one. Number two. Let me see, I got it right here. Go to All Bail Bonds. It's right across the street from there, and ask them if my house is suitable for collateral. They'll pull up the address on their computer, and they'll tell you whether it is or not. Now, didn't you say a couple weeks ago that somebody in our family has a friend that runs a bail bondsman? No. I'm pretty sure I heard some talk about Keith knows a bail bondsman or someone else. No, we have two customers coming in here who are. All right, well, anyway, from what I've understood from a couple people, all bail bonds will work with us a little bit.
Me too.
But anyway, go there.
But also not an option. Because why make it accessible?
Let's Maria and Mitch. Talk to them personally if you can. Okay. Ask them if our house 314 is suitable for the $45,000 collateral. Just so we know if it is or not. Okay. That's how the situation. Tell me, I have $3,000 in my box, and I can come up with the rest of the money shortly. All right. I'm just trying to talk to you. The thing is, you're going to lose that money. You might lose the house. I understand all that. I'm perfectly aware of that. All right. I just want to know if the house will cover it. That's all. Okay. That's the question. All right. Okay. All right. Then next, you need to go to Sean King and tell him that you're my Social Security representative, and then ask him if you need a power of attorney to get at my safety deposit box. In other words, if I sign a power of attorney over to you, would he be able to get you into my box? Okay, yeah, because the deposit said that can be done. You can? Yeah. All right. I didn't get a lot of details, but he said it can be done. All right. Now, the last thing I'd like you to do is when you're talking to Sean King, tell him, of course I'm in here, and since you're my power of attorney, can you handle signing for the testosterone lawsuit as well as his lawsuit? Yeah, because they called me today. They need to talk to you. They found the situation. They sent a letter the other day. We've been trying to reach you. You need to call us.
Bail bondsman. Bail bondsman bull. Yeah.
He's a lawyer. He can come here. All right. He can pull me right out of my cell. All right. On Sunday, I'll get the form to let you in for the next Sunday. And Sunday after that. Yeah, so what are the things that I can visit any days a week, twice a week? Well, we'll just keep it on Sunday because I'm off and everything. Yeah, we'll keep it on Sunday for now. All right, one last thing. Now, Viacom knows that this is going to be gone. It's not going to go on long. You know what I mean? He knows that, right? Like you said. Well, he talked 100 miles a minute. He said he had it be, if he shuts up the charges, I have to go back with something. Stop right here. Stop that right now. Zachary, the state picks up the charges. It don't matter if he wants to drop charges or not. They're not going to drop them. Right. Anyway, I talked to my public defender, and they've already put in, this is what I want you to tell Viacom when you go to talk. My public defender
We don't have matching
I mean,
tattoos,
in other
do
words,
they?
show up for me pro bono until I get paid on my lawsuit, then I'll pay him whatever it is he wants. Okay. All right, and I'm gonna say, now the last thing here is call my brother. I did. And, you did not tell mom, I'm not gonna tell him, I'm not. What I want you to do is call my brother and see if he'll buy the motorcycle for $2,000.
He's trying to sell his stuff.
Tell him if he ain't got the money, to ask my mom to borrow the $2,000 without saying nothing about what's going on.
Will he buy my motorcycle for $2,000? And if he can't get it,
That way we have enough
borrow the money from my
to do
dad.
this, if I want to do it. Now, if we go to court on the 26th, and it looks like they're gonna drop it, of course I'm not gonna bond out. Right. But if we decide to go forward, then I might bond out, because I'm worried about the other things that we talked about in the past. Do you understand that? Yeah. All right, so let's not say anything more about it. Yeah. No, you got it all right. Yeah. Now, you need to be on, if anything happens that's upsetting, you need to have your bag already packed and get out of there and go to Joanna's house, mom's house, and have them drive you to Brandon's or your mom's or something. I'm saying if anything comes down that we're not expecting, you understand? What? Yeah. Very good. The house has been sweet. If anything embarrassing comes down, you need to run and be away from that house because it's going to be converged on. So I'm just trying to warn you to backpack. Why? What did you say? I didn't say nothing, Bonnie. We're talking about the... Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, I just don't want to cause you any embarrassment. You need to have a backpack for a quick escape. Okay, gotcha. And if that was to come down that way again, I'll have Joey and my brother handle it from there. You have 1 minute. Okay, I got 1 minute. So,
She said, thank God. I will, but again, it'll be at any time. I can't pick the time, so. I know, I have to phone on me all the time, so. Okay? I love you too, okay? I really do. So don't think I'm not doing nothing out here. All right. That was just I know you were, so I don't even want to read it. So anyway, after that, that's fine. Okay, I love you. Sounds like a commentary. I ain't got no letters, so, Okay. Well, you're not getting a letter from me. That's okay. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. All right, bye. Okay, bye. Thank you for using GTL. Jeez.
So, first question now
First
about
question.
that is,
I've got
is the
100.
conversation you guys held on the phone indicative of conversations you had with the defendant between the time of the motorcycle crash and August of 2016 when he was arrested, the way you talked to each other?
Yes.
And his ability to talk about his attorneys, his lawsuit.
Oh, do you have a dying liver? Here's 4 warning signs. Oh my goodness. Wow. That was, yes, so many questions. I just, there's a lot of stuff that people say. I wonder if she was just putting up with it, but yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking she was probably in shock. I'm probably thinking she doesn't know what the heck was happening really, and yeah. Jeez. Only in Nightcourt. You are correct. First question. When did the defendant start cutting his own hair? It's a great point. I don't know.
You on that.
We're back.
Recording of him having trouble remembering, remembering anything.
Correct.
Now,
Judge, Could we have a notation on the file that Ms. Nicely was shaking her head in the affirmative when Mr. Feinberg was asking him his
Asking her?
compound question? Because she wasn't answering and the court reporter wasn't looking at her, so we don't have any confirmation of that on the record.
Noted for the record.
So there's no confusion, let me back up on this and say, was the conversation you had with the defendant on that jail call recording indicative of the type of conversations you had as a couple before he was arrested and after the motorcycle crash?
Yes.
And I asked you if you noticed any inability of the defendant to recall things in the past when he had this call with you.
I don't understand.
Was
how
he
you're
having trouble remembering things in this phone call? And there were things specifically like he had two different attorneys.
Yes.
And that was a true thing. He had an attorney for a testosterone lawsuit. Hold on, you got to remember a testosterone lawsuit.
Yes.
And he had another attorney who he was trying to hire to help him with what he was arrested for in August of 2016.
Yes.
And he talked about having $3,000 in a box. What was that?
He had a safety deposit box and where he's put money.
And did you have a key to the box?
No, sir.
Was that one of the things in the call he was addressing on how you could potentially get to that money and assist with trying to get him out of jail for the arrest?
Yes.
Did you visit a bond company? Don't tell me anything you talked about with them because that wouldn't be appropriate. But did you visit a bond company as he asked you?
I called.
Everybody liked him because he was tooth fast, tooth
Did you go
furious.
see his attorney or the attorney he was trying to hire via Cava?
Regret
Yes.
In the phone call, the name Jolana was mentioned when he mentioned something about having a bag packed and getting away from your house. Who's Jolana?
Jolana was my son's girlfriend.
There was also a mention of some family members who would take care of whatever was, if something else came up. One of the names used was Joey. Is there a Joey?
That's his eldest son from his first marriage. Just the defendant.
Did you notice in the call, hearing that again, that there were at least 3 times he talked to you about not discussing something fully?
Yes.
He was aware that this was being recorded. Were you aware it was being recorded?
Yes.
Was that clear in the recording itself?
Yes.
And there were at least 2 times where he talked about having a bag packed and being able to make a quick escape.
Yes, he did say that.
You know, well, I mean, let's sequence this out. He's arrested on something involving your son in August of 2016, right?
Yes.
At the time of this phone call, do you know if he's been confronted by the police with the allegations in this case?
On that date, no.
And are you aware somehow of when he was confronted?
I know from the detectives when he was.
Because they pulled you in 2 days later.
Yes.
And that, you recall that being on a Saturday in late September of 2016?
I'm not sure the date, but it was later in the day.
They came to your work, right?
Yes, they did.
Where were you working?
I was working at a deli in North Fort Myers.
Does that help you remember the day of the week if it was on the
Not
weekend?
really. It could have been a Saturday because I worked a lot every Saturday.
And they pulled you in 2 days in a row, didn't they?
Yes.
For a questioning or for giving of a statement?
Yes.
And did you give a statement?
Yes.
Did you learn during those 2 statements about the allegations of the double homicide?
Yes.
Was this call clearly before that?
Yes.
Did you listen to an additional phone call last evening which took place after you were told about the allegations?
Yes, I did.
And was the tone in that call a little bit different than in this call?
Very different.
Were you angry and upset in that call?
Yes.
During that call, I think we looked at last night of September 25th, it was, did he again mention something about having your bags packed or getting out, getting away from your house? I played it for you last night, do you remember?
Yes, you played 3. Are we talking about the last?
The three that we were going to admit, but there was a 4th call after you were questioned where you were upset.
Yes.
And I told you I wasn't going to play that call, but I played a segment of that. Did that refresh your memory about a reference to packing your bags again?
He might have said it in that conversation because.
Who is he, John Denver?
I don't remember hearing it last night.
You
sorry,
get that?
I
You
don't
get
remember
me.
hearing that in that last conversation where I was extremely upset. I really don't remember if I said it or not. I'd have
Do
to.
you remember him telling you that, look, I gave you a
mine
chance
too.
to leave?
Yes. Now I remember that. Yes.
I appreciate
I told
you.
you to pack your bags.
Yes.
I told you to go away,
Yes.
and you didn't listen. That's what he told you.
Yes.
Now, that clearly happened after he and you had both been confronted with these allegations.
Yes.
Okay. So, and I understand there was a lot we talked about.
Yeah.
So do you remember that clearly?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish his call 2 or exhibit 304.
Publish.
You just take 1 second. While I load the disc, could I have the bailiffs hand out the transcript for call 304?
Mr. Calvert, if you would, hand out the transcripts, but collect transcripts from 303, please.
May I approach the clerk to give the clerk 303?
Yes, sir.
Oh, varicose veins. Who's worried about them? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. All right, so we had he looks like a tardigrade, also known as a water bear. So, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Look at that. Look at that. It's so close. It is so close. I love it. I'm going to get this tattooed on my back. That's not true. But that's right on the money. Right on the money. Right on the money. Oh boy. Ugh. Oh. That was a commercial that nobody paid me to play. So it's going away. Wow. Those ads need to pay me. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. All those accidental ads that I'm showing. Ugh. Right? Isn't that like, I mean, it just, I don't like ads that just create tension and just make you want to click. It's just clickbait. It's not happening. I've got other ideas for tattoos that are way before that one. And I will keep thinking of new ideas for tattoos so it continues to go to the bottom of the list. Oh. That's like the motto of my life. The most bizarre thing that anybody's ever witnessed.
Publish 304.
Publish.
Don't trust the visitation. You're not gonna hurt my feelings if you don't show up. Okay. Take that pressure off. Don't worry about it. If you can show, you can show. If you can't, you can't. I understand that. This is not what I'm worried about. Okay. All right, now, the other thing that we talked about, Press, if it happens out, if you guys get me out, if anything comes up and bites me in the ass, I'll come here, I'll turn myself in and I'll deal with it, all right? I gotta get out of here, man, seriously. I at least have the right to walk around a free man. That's the reason I save that money and the reason that I try to be so.
He said, I have the right to walk around as a free man.
That's why I try to save the money and not spend it. And it's for emergencies like this, babe.
You agree, Ms. Nicely, that whatever it was he was concerned about or what he was stating he was concerned about involves something that he might have to turn himself in for?
Yes.
And if you go back to the prior call, something that he was going to let his other relatives handle, and after you got away, like left town or did something. And, question about, did you ever get the money out of the safe deposit box?
No, I had no access to it.
And strike that. Was this call also made before you were advised of the allegations of the double homicide?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm gonna.
All right, everybody. I know it's midnight. I'm wondering if you want to go to the closings and then verdict. I can't put up a poll, so I'm just going to look at all of your answers.
Approach the clerk, then publish 305.
And again, I have transcripts that would have to be passed out for call 305.
Mr. Calvert, please collect 304 transcripts and pass out 305.
Teresa, I'm jealous. Okay, closings. More JT reaction ads. Only if we get more commercials. Oh, it's guaranteed. Okay, we're gonna move on to closings. Did he have Bluetooth? Jesus. Oh, whew. I had a friend of mine that once called laughing at night, like this endless laughing at night, as the sleepy ha-has. And that is where we're all at right now. Sleepy ha-has. All right, we're going straight to prosecution closing. And she's already got this look of just disappointment on her face, which is exactly what that nonverbal is.
When we started this trial, I explained to you what the big three were. I've got a new big three. The three defenses of Joseph Zeiler. It wasn't me. It was my kind of sometimes dad or my half brother. Or was it, I was in Maryland, couldn't be me. Or number three, maybe it was, maybe I slept with Jan or some other lady I read about in State's Discovery somewhere, and that's how my semen ended up on an 11-year-old girl who happened to be murdered the night my semen was found. We'll get back to his defenses, though.
Whoa.
You spent the last 3 days listening to testimony and seeing evidence, and we're very grateful and thankful. We know that it's been hard on you, and it's a huge inconvenience. But this is the time where we're going to take the testimony and the evidence, and we're going to take the law that the judge is going to give you through jury instructions, and you're going to see how they apply to each other. It's been a long 3 days, and you have heard. Do not forget, this is a simple case. It is very simple. What have we heard?
Doesn't do that.
The very first witness was Jan Cornell, and it was unbelievably emotional. And she told you what happened when she got home on May 10th of 1990. Her 11-year-old daughter was dead in her room, her knees on the carpet, face
Submitted on
pushed
the
into the
website.
carpet, legs spread, her genitals showing. She's cold, there's blood.
Okay.
Her daughter was dead. And then you heard about her roommate Lisa's story, who was dead, naked in her bed, in a fetal position with her head covered by a pillow. Jan was questioned by the cops numerous times, and she told them anything they wanted to know. They asked her about her sex, was ready to give them the address. Just because an attorney asks a question of a witness, please remember that is not evidence. You heard from the defense ask Jan Cornell, who's Randy Jackson and why is his hair all over your house? And she said, I don't know. And then you heard from two state's witnesses. One, Todd Everly, that said it wasn't his hair in the house. And then you heard from a DNA evidence or analyst, Jim Pollack, who said wasn't his DNA or his semen. So I want you to keep that in mind, that you may have heard things at times, and that doesn't mean that they are considered evidence in this case. Another one, Jan was asked, are you into something shady? First of all, I don't even know what that means, but please don't assume that there was something nefarious going on because the defense attorney threw that out. And Lisa's story. She had 3 beer cans on her nightstand. God forbid a grown woman drink 3 drinks in one night. Maybe she drank them throughout the day, who knows? But also, I don't know what it's trying to apply, but it's trying to apply that Lisa's story was probably drunk and who knows what she did or what happened. You heard from Todd Everly. He was the first detective from the Cape Coral Police Department that was assigned to the case. And he told you about the manpower and the dedication and the people they got DNA samples from. Over 300 samples were submitted to labs, and the prints and the evidence and the walkthroughs and the photos. And I don't know if it was early in his testimony or later, but he was specifically asked by Mr. Thornburg, at any point when you saw Robin Cornell, did she have blonde hairs clutched in her hand? And the answer was no. The man who was the case agent who looked at the victim said no. You've heard some stuff about blonde hairs. There were no blonde hairs. Just because the defendant starts shouting about blonde hairs of a blonde-haired killer, that means nothing. There's been no evidence and no testimony from anyone. The only evidence and testimony we have is there were none. You know, the medical examiner spent a long time going over the injuries that they both sustained, the bruises and abrasions and the awful injuries to Robin's vagina and to Lisa's anus. And how Lisa almost bit through her tongue as she was trying to get air and she was trying to force her tongue out of her mouth. But like I said from the beginning, the DNA is where this case really lies. Through our DNA analysts, we were able to show you
Fell in a portal.
on State's
He's back.
Exhibit 152. This is why Joseph Zeiler is here. This is why he's in court. This is why he was charged. His profile is on the sheet that has the same contributor as the pillowcase on the pillow that he used to prop Robin Cornell up in the air, just like he used to do with his girlfriend of 25 years, Bonnie Nicely, when he liked to have sex with her. And the same contributor whose genital swab of Robin Cornell matches his profile. He again is on her vaginal swab. That's why we're here. More than 1 in 700 billion. It's really more than 1 in 83 quintillion. That's 18 zeros. Him. It is him. It's not daddy. It's not my brother. The pillowcase. 1 in 450 million. It's him. And Robin's genital swabbings, 1 in 360,000. It's Joseph Zeiler. There was no other DNA found besides his, which is an interesting point. How unlucky do you have to be that the night you decide, or the night that someone else decides to rape and murder 2 women, his DNA shows up nowhere, but yours does? God, that's the unluckiest thing I've ever heard. Think about that. The real killer, the culprit, the suspect, left nothing behind. But his was there. The light brown hair that was found on Lisa Story's body. 1 in 16 million, it was Joseph Zeiler. So if he had sex, I guess in Jan's house at some time, he left some hairs floating around as well that just happened to be on Lisa Story's naked body the night she's murdered. Very unlucky. And I want you to remember too, when Vicki Bellino was on the stand, she specifically excluded Jan Cornell as being the female contributor to NB 32A, the bed sheet. The female portion was consistent with Robin Cornell, not Jan Cornell. Bonnie. Yeah, I don't know how many times she said, he knows. Names, dates, money, motorcycles, how to take care of himself. And I don't know, maybe it was just me and I wasn't paying close enough attention, but I did not see somebody up there smirking. She was nervous, she was scared, and she was angry. So again, just because the defense says, why are you smirking? Please remember what you saw and what you heard, not what we're telling you heard or saw. You know, the jail calls. Well, back in 1990, I went through this before, and nothing bit me in the ass then, so there's a very good chance it won't. This is what I'm telling you I think it is, what the state thinks it is. Remember, he was arrested in July of 1990, 2 months after the murders. Think about it. He gets arrested, and he's concerned that his DNA may have been taken in that time. But it never came back on him. He didn't get arrested for the murders then. So now he's saying, back in 1990, I went through this before and nothing bit me in the ass. So there's a very good chance it won't this time. Because last time it didn't.
Only in Nightcourt.
And in the letter to Bonnie, where he's pleading for her to bond him out and where things crept. I can't help what things transpired before us, and I hid in that room for 20 years, and now this has happened, and there will be no more chance to hide, and on and on. I believe the defendant's explanation, well, there was a warrant out for my arrest in Illinois, and I just want to point out a few things about that. You mean the non-extraditable warrant? When you get pulled over by the police, they're going to let you go? That must have been huge. Must have been serious that you've been worrying for 20 years about that. And you get arrested in 2016 and they don't serve you with that warrant? It makes no sense. The defendant's interview. I told you there were 2 Joseph Zeilers that day. One who spoke to CCPD and one who spoke to LCSO. And it begs the question, why? Why freely answer things to LCSO in August? Give them whatever information they want. But then when you're taken to Cape Coral, you're going to feign ignorance. Why? What is it about Cape Coral that has you playing dumb? What are you scared of? When he's talking to Detective Christy Joe Ellis, he doesn't remember his anniversary or how long he's been with Bonnie. Well, he tells Detective Divis, I've been with her for 26 years.
Don't go.
He said that, this accident caused him to not be able to read or write. Well, he clearly is a writer. We all saw that. And he can clearly read as well. Doesn't know if where he went to high school and doesn't remember what he ever did before he was disabled. Oh, Detective Divis, he knew that he built boats. And he told him multiple places that he worked when he built boats. doesn't remember anything about his parents, doesn't even know their names, but he's able to recall the way that he was raised and the way his father treated him when he was growing up. It's crazy how you have the Joseph Zeiler before he's confronted with the murders and the one after he's confronted with the murders. And another thing in his interview, his comment, well, what's the death penalty in Florida? He's being facetious. What a perfect time to be flippant and silly, right?
Call him out.
Yeah. I want to go over some of the jury instructions that the judge is going to go over with you. Now, the judge is going to give you a lot more instructions than what I'm going to go over, but I want to touch on a few things. The defendant is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, one for Lisa Story and one for Robin Cornell. There are 2 ways to prove first-degree murder. One is premeditated, and the other way is with felony murder. And I anticipate this is what the judge is going to tell you about first-degree premeditated murder. The 3 elements are 1, Robin Cornell is dead. Again, for the second count, it would be Lisa Story's dead. We know that. No one is challenging that. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Joseph Adam Zeiler. And 3, there was a premeditated killing of Robin Cornell, or in count 2, Lisa Story.
And don't go.
Premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. Think back to what the medical examiner testified to. It takes 60 or 70 seconds of being suffocated before you lose consciousness. But it takes 3 to 5 minutes of continuous pressure to cause death. So
Yeah.
best case
Not
scenario
like a
is that
movie.
it only took Robin and Lisa 3 to 5 minutes to die. But if they were fighting back at all, could have added some time to that. But in that time frame of 6 to 8 minutes that he has to smother these 2, and they're possibly struggling, I would say that is time to reflect. 3 to 5 minutes each, time to reflect. It was absolutely premeditated. He didn't have to do it. He could have stopped. He formed the intent to kill them and he followed through with it. The second way to prove first-degree murder is through felony murder. And again, there are 3 elements. Again, Robin Cornell is dead. While engaged in the 3, the caused the death of Robin Cornell. And 3, Joseph Adam Zeiler was the person who killed them. The state has alleged that for the burglary, the defendant attempted some very specific things. You're going to get the definition of burglary. And you're going to have to find that the defendant entered a structure owned by or in possession of Jan Cornell or Lisa Story. That's a given. We know that. The defendant did not have permission or consent of Janice Cornell or Lisa Story or anyone authorized to act for her or them to enter the structure at the time. No one said, yes, you can go in there. And at the time of the entering the structure, the defendant had a fully formed conscious intent to commit the offense of theft, battery, or sexual battery in the structure. We have to prove that when he went in that house, he intended, not that he had to carry through, the offense of theft, battery, or sexual battery. And again, you're going to get the instructions of what theft, battery, or sexual battery are. For theft is the knowing and unlawful obtaining or using or the endeavoring to obtain or using the property of another or person or persons, and doing so with the intent to either temporarily, permanently deprive the other person or persons of their right to the property or any benefit from it. You heard the testimony. That watch that Lisa Story was so proud of to give her boyfriend Randy was gone. She was wrapping it that night on her bed and then no one ever saw it again, along with a gold ring she had, her driver's license, and a credit card. That is theft. That was carried out. The house was ransacked. Someone went through it and they took what they wanted. Battery is defined as the actual and intentional touching or striking of another person against the person's will, or the intentional causing of bodily harm to another person. I would say that murdering someone and causing their death is definitely a battery. Or you can find that the intent was to commit a sexual battery. Sexual battery is defined as an act or acts committed upon another person in which the sexual organ of the perpetrator penetrated or a union with the anus or vagina of the other person. And an act committed upon the other person in which the anus or vagina of the other person was penetrated by an object. And these acts were committed without the consent of the other person. You heard about the injuries to Robin's vagina and to Lisa's anus. Clearly, a sexual battery occurred. Another instruction that the judge is going to give you is for plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. And I want to touch on the defendant's first defense, but I want you to hear this first. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Again, a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Maybe it was my half brother who has blonde hair, which has nothing to do with this case at all, or my father who something about probably ended up framing me because I couldn't tell CCPD because he stole crab legs and cheesecake, and I don't know. But there's no evidence that any other person with the last name Zeiler was ever in that house except for him. That is what we call speculative doubt. Or you can take the defense of being in Maryland. And I have to be honest, I was very confused at the end. He was there, but then he wasn't there. And then he was only there because we told him he was there in some piece of paper that the paper really never said. I have no idea at the end of the day what we were getting at, but that is an imaginary doubt. And number 3, maybe he did sleep with Jan when he was here and going to the bars in Cape Coral. Not only does Jan have no idea who he is, but how is his semen getting on Robin? How? And again, in the night it happens, that she happens to be raped and murdered, the real culprit's semen isn't left anywhere. Unfortunately, his is, though. I don't know how it got onto Robin, but it did. That is what we call forced doubt. The judge is going to give you an instruction called weighing the evidence, and I just want to touch on a few of these. When considering the credibility of a witness, you get to take some things into consideration. And one of those things is, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? I mean, it's very evident he has an interest in how he wants this case decided. And we know that he doesn't necessarily tell the truth if it's not going to benefit him. We've seen that through the statements that he's given LCSO and CCPD. Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? None of his testimony is backed up by any evidence. All of the evidence actually points the other direction towards his guilt. And the judge is going to tell you about some rules of deliberation, and I want to just touch on these because this is a case that has a lot of emotion to it. But the judge is going to tell you this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you've heard from the testimony of the witnesses. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Your verdict has to be based on what we have presented to you. This was a horrible, tragic event where 2 beautiful people lost their lives. And there's grieving families on both sides. But I'm telling you, it has to be on the evidence, and the state has met their burden. And lastly, the defense in their opening statement said, what was his motive? If I had to explain why a child molester molests children, because they're sick, I couldn't answer that. But the beautiful part is I don't have to answer that. I don't have to tell you why he did it. The defense was correct about that. At the end of the day, the state has shown you beyond a reasonable doubt that Robin Cornell and Lisa Story are dead. And they were murdered by Joseph Zeiler. On May of 1990, he murdered them in Cape Coral. What was his motive? I don't care. Thank you.
Good afternoon, believe it or not. I want to thank you on behalf of the defense, the defendant, and counsel, and Ms. Murray for the attention you've given through somewhat complicated proceedings. You've been in and out. Time hasn't been wasted, but it was necessary to expend it. The state says, well, it's a simple case. It is in terms of the one issue. Who did it?
Oh, boy.
That's the issue. It's not, that's the only issue.
You got this, dude. You got it.
The state started off with, well, there were no blonde hairs. Yeah, there were. Do you remember the video of Miss Boyer from DNA Labs? The little dark-haired girl? She was the one who opened the package.
Did he just call a woman a little dark-haired girl?
4 packages of supposed.
Who on you, sir?
There was another package, and there were 4 hairs in it, 2 of which she couldn't get DNA out of, 2 of which she tried. But she testified that the color of those hairs was light blonde or blonde. That was her testimony. The state said, well, the only DNA that was found was his. No, remember, they were doing exclusions on DNA from the house. There was hair, there was DNA, there was a whole lot of stuff in that house. But I have some other issues that I want to raise.
I bet you do, sir.
Whoever did this really hated Miss Cornell.
Wow, can't remember the
to
victim,
have.
huh?
Remember, they didn't know each other. May have had a prior contact, but they didn't know each other. How else? You enter the house. The front door isn't working because the lock is busted.
Refresh your feed and a mic drop emoji will be
Around
there.
the back to the slider. You have to open the slider. You assault and murder 2 women upstairs. And this all takes time. This isn't like in the movies. That's not enough. You then go and remove framed photographs
Lee
from this
Hollander.
entertainment center. You don't know when anybody's coming home, but you go and walk them all the way to the ironing board in the kitchen. And you very carefully place them on that ironing board. That's not, you don't rip them off the wall, you don't throw them down. You place them on the ironing board. Very
He wanted to look at them.
particularly.
He's disgusting.
Do that. And then, remember, there was a school picture that was going back to school the next day.
Ah, Big Daddy.
Don't go.
Where was it? Miss Cornell told you it was in that backpack so she could take it to school the next day. Now, unlike the rest of the apartment, that doesn't look ransacked, does it? Somebody went in that. They knew what they were looking for. They were looking for that photograph, and they took that photograph out.
No way. But he's doing his
And then
job,
they
right?
intentionally took their time and tore the head off the photograph.
What?
The photograph of a girl that had.
Your defense is to blame. Why did we pause? We having a hard time? Portal. Portal, what are you doing to me? Portal.
All right, looks like we've got a bit of a technical.
Oh, a bit of a technical difficulty, huh? All right. Well, let's fix it, shall we? No. Oh, are you kidding me? You posted the technical difficulty? And he didn't go back? Nope. Oh, he back? We got some hamsters chewing on wires. There we go.
Fingerprints being developed. Did you even hear that that fingerprint powder was applied to those frames? Or the glass on the front of the frames? No. This diagram was drafted by someone with the Cape Coral Police Department.
It's terrible.
Aside from the physical layout, they're thinking out loud. Possible motives: homicide, sexual interaction, burglary, revenge, and random. And
what we play is always available on the
viciousness
on Brandy's YouTube channel, which is where you're watching this. In
That's
terms
the
of
only way you get this nasty.
the actual whole trial, they haven't made that available. Just the clips that we're playing.
And yes,
but it'll be here tomorrow
I
on Brandy's
consider
channel.
Miss Cornell to be a victim of the loss of her daughter and her friend. But I had to ask whether she had been doing something that might have seriously teed someone off to go after her family like that.
Victim blame.
Her answer was that no, she couldn't think of any reason. All right, well, Mr. There were hairs. Mr. Carey, that's the man's name, not Clay. Carey from FDLE. He says he sent hairs that he collected to the FBI and the DNA labs. Then he agreed that, nope, none of the hairs got to either of those. I said, did you ever look into why? He says, no. Okay. There was a vibrator in Robin Cornell's bedroom on the floor. Anybody check it for DNA? Fingerprints? It may not turn up anything, but you gotta try. Nobody did. People's memories kind of alter over time. And this has been, what, 33 years? Mr. Batista, he testified that he was awakened at 7 o'clock in the morning by a phone call. And this would have been a Thursday morning, a school morning. I thought his thing was to go pick Robin up to take her to school in the morning. He said he was sleeping. Mr. Richards, the gentleman with the cane, he says, oh, well, I didn't have to help her. She was capable of moving her clothing and personal items by themselves. So, well, he had been seeing her for a couple of years. I said, well, did you help her with the furniture? And he said, well, she didn't have any. Yeah, the problem is that right before that, Mr. Batista had said, yeah, she put her furniture in a house I had over on some street. You know, the state has to prove its case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That's not just me talking to you. That's going to be the judge telling you that in a couple of moments. And a reasonable doubt is not a mere, and the judge is going to tell you this, mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates,
2
comes
hours.
and goes, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. In this case, I respectfully submit to you that there is a reasonable doubt that that man committed these 2 murders.
We make that joke usually, but doggone it, was it true this time?
Detective Growl, Detective Ellis. She was up here complaining about how he was evasive, he didn't answer the questions. The first thing you see on that video is her, not the first thing, but a few moments later, you hear her giving him his Miranda rights. You have the right to remain silent. Does he avail himself of that? No, he proceeds to talk to them. And he knows, because they've already kind of warmed him up, that they're accusing him of 2 homicides. They say Do you know the girl? No. And he maintains that. So they may not like the answer, but those were his answers. The state just said, well, maybe Jan did have sex with Mr. Zeiler. How did his semen get on Robin? It's called transfer. If they have sex, and remember, see, Miss Cornell told you this. Robin would sleep in her bed. So if there was semen or anything else, hair, blood, saliva, anything, if it was on the bed sheet, it could get on her. It's not that difficult. And I believe it was Dr. Pollack who said that DNA on that same train of thought, Dr. Pollack said DNA keeps for a long time if maintained. Mr. Zeiler told you he had been in the area in December of '89. If the DNA was in an air-conditioned house, there was no reason for it to degrade. And that's how it could get on Robin Cornell. Now, I don't get under the rules that we proceed under. I don't get to get up here again. So I need you to think very critically of whatever the state is going to tell you. They get another chance to talk at you. And because I don't get a chance to come up here and rebut it. But when you listen to whatever they have to say and you listen to the court's instructions, I respectfully ask that you go back there, you deliberate, and you come out finding Mr. Zeiler not guilty of these two murders. Thank you.
Oh, man. And then 2 hours later. Oh, hey, look. Anybody feeling self-conscious about their varicose veins? Mm-hmm. And then 2 hours later, the jury reached a verdict. And we're going to hear it now.
In the Circuit Court of the 20th Judicial Circuit and in Fort Lee County, Florida, the state of Florida versus Joseph Adam Zeiler in case number 16 CF 455, verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the charge. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder of Robin Cornell. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the charge. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder of Lisa Story. So say we all, signed on May the 18th, 2023, by the foreperson.
Any requests from the defense?
He's
Ladies and
like,
gentlemen,
can you
please
believe
listen
this?
very carefully
Yes.
to my question. I'm going to go through your juror numbers. I'm going to ask each of you the same question. So again, please listen. Juror 1076, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 1017, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror 1055, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
One 1157 was excused, correct?
Yeah, because they fell asleep. They fell asleep on day 2.
1157 was excused.
1222, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
1221, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
1138, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
1230,
All right, cameraman.
is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
1057, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
This is how are you surprised, sir?
1326, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
1372, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
1250, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
1264, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that is the verdict.
That is the verdict.
Please have a seat.
Oh, man. Good luck, sir. And by that, I mean bad luck, sir. Yeah, he's pissed. He's angry. He is not happy. How old is he now? That's a really good question, actually. I don't know. It's a really good question, and I don't have an answer to that. Actually, I bet you somebody on chat knows. Was he in his 60s? He looks older than he is. Sentencing begins on Monday, I believe, actually. I believe it does begin Monday. At the time of the crime, he was 21. So now he's 51? Boy, oh boy, I mean, far be it from me to judge on looks, but I'm going to judge on looks. He looks older than that. See, that's what guilt does. He's in his 60s. Okay, I can't math. But that's what guilt does. That's what it'll do to you. Read Crime and Punishment. Great example of that. It is a death penalty case. So we'll see what happens. I have a really sneaky suspicion that he might get it. So we'll find out if the sentencing and such finishes up on Monday. We'll review that. We will review that, and then we'll hop into our first throwback case. So get ready. Nightcourt is we're gonna be rebranding just a little bit. It's still gonna be 13th Juror. It's just 13th Juror Live Nightcourt. So we'll have some new videos and graphics and things like that. So hopefully that works out for you all. But Monday we will start off with the Jodi Arias trial, and I'm really excited about it. Really excited about it. And I think some of our mods had pushed a link to a Google document, and they can do that again in a second here as I chat about it. But basically, that link takes you to a shared doc of the, I guess, an abbreviated case file for Jodi Arias. So that you can click on that and take a look at that. You should be able to download it if you want to read it. If you want to read before the actual trial to get a little more information. Yes, I should see what happens. We should see what happens if I can do that, and if that's like fair use. Probably not, but we'll find out. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The thrill of victory. Yes. You all listen. We're not gonna drone on. What I'm gonna say to you all is I hope that you all have a wonderful weekend. We are going to see you Sunday, actually, hopefully. Sunday is going to be WTF, and there's plenty to talk about on Sunday. We're trying to find ourselves a guest. I think Brandy's reaching out to somebody, which I'm kind of excited about. Hopefully it happens. And if it does, you'll hear from us for sure. So thank you all. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for showing up for jury duty. I will see you Sunday. Remember, we talk about some difficult stuff. We see some difficult stuff. But as Mr. Rogers said, always look for the helpers. Take care of yourself. Take care of your friends and family. And smile. Always smile. See you guys Sunday, 8:45.